And all right, guys, let's just get right into it. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Carney, and then we're about to get into a media analysis because there's a lot to get into today. And then, of course, we got to recap some things that we weren't able to get into yesterday. But all right, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get started. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who I have made very popular. He's an extremely popular Prime Minister, and I'm very honored to do it because I liked him right from the beginning. I've liked him, and we've had a good relationship. We have some natural conflict, but we will probably work that out. But we've had a very strong relationship, and your hosting of the various countries that showed up that was a beautiful job you did, and I appreciate it very much. We're going to be talking about trade. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. We'll certainly be talking about Gaza. We're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years. You could say 500 years. You could say, but that it's been raging.
And as I said, Hamas has accepted the hostage terms of Trump's Gaza peace plan, but they haven't accepted any of the others. They don't really know about the whole peace board. I know they really don't want Israel to have a security bunker around Gaza. So we'll see if they're willing to accept the rest. But so far, they are willing to do the hostage exchange
for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen. But there's a real chance that we could do something. So you may have some questions on that later. But in the meantime, we'll spend some time and we'll make some deals and we'll do some things that are good for both.
Oh, and shout out to Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. She sent in 30 jewels. Shout out
to our countries. And Mark, it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I may, you kindly hosted me and some of my colleagues a few months ago, and I said at the time, you are a transformative president. And since then, the transformation in the economy, unprecedented commitments of NATO partners to defense spending, peace from India, Pakistan through to Azerbaijan, Armenia, disabling Iran as a force of terror, and now, and I'm running out of time, but this is many respects the most important.
The
what
merger
you created
of Canada.
No,
and the
what
United
you have
States.
created. That wasn't where I was going. I would no, but on this solemn day.
Once again, Carney coming in. He was talking oh so hard, talking oh so aggressively over there in Canada, but when he comes to, Donald Trump and all that shit is done, dead, no longer. All compliments, all smiles, and all capitulation.
Day of commemoration of the horrific attacks of October 7th.
Yeah.
For the first time in decades, hundreds of years, thousands of years, this prospect of peace that you've made possible. Canada stands foursquare behind those efforts, and we'll do whatever we can to support
Very
them.
nice. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions?
And remember, Canada has been facing recent scares because a lot of large corporations have been threatening to move out of Canada. One, they had to kind of chokehold to stay, and it was TFI International. Pretty much, they proposed to relocate to the United States. But the problem was that everybody in Canada started tripping out on them, started bashing them. But the company stayed, but they also held the stance on that. Well, the company urged that most of its business is United States based. So I always do say, and this is not just Canada. A lot of these countries a lot of these companies and other countries are the same. Majority of their business, most of their profits is United States based.
What would it take for you to drop or lower your tariffs on Canadian sectors, including aluminum and steel?
Well, we're going to be talking about that with the Prime Minister. We'll be talking about tariffs. We'll be talking about a lot of that, but that's for a little bit later on.
As the Prime Minister
I want to just acknowledge our great ambassador. Is he doing a good job?
He's doing a good job.
Otherwise, I'll get him out of there so fast. Yeah, but
White House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay?
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way. Okay? Thank you.
In your opinion, why has Canada and the United States failed to reach an agreement up until now?
Well, it's a complicated agreement, more complicated maybe than any other agreement we have on trade, because, we have natural conflict. We also have mutual love. We have great love for each other. I love this. I love Canada and the people of Canada. And Mark feels the same way about here. The problem we have is that they want a car company and I want a car company, meaning the U.S. wants a car company. And they want steel and we want steel. So in other countries, they're very far away. And there's no problem. You can compete and you can do. We don't like to compete because we sort of hurt each other when we compete. And so we have a natural conflict. It's a natural business conflict. Nothing wrong with it. And I think we've come a long way over the last few months, actually.
Yeah, but the problem is the purchasing power is one-sided. We buy more from Canada. I mean, Canada has more of our business operating there than they operate here. And honestly, it's a really unfair comparison. It's like we've given these guys, well, honestly, a pretty good economic stability. But the thing is, though, it's not really working out for us. And it costs the American people jobs. But here's the problem as well. He also left out the lumber part as well. Like, we also have our own lumber. And like I would just say, the whole point of free trade fails if you could do it in your own country.
In terms of that relationship. So when it comes to trade, the United States was always giving everything. They gave everything to Canada. They would let car companies leave here and go to Canada. But that hurts the United States. And, other presidents didn't see that. They weren't business oriented. They might have been good politicians in some cases, not in all cases. They were bad at both. But it's a very natural conflict, and it's something that we're working out.
This summer.
Look, this is no hate on Canada. We just got to come to the reality that, well, Canada needs the United States more than the United States need Canada. Actually, like I said, we can easily start taking businesses from Canada as soon as we start invoking tariffs. Actually, that's what's already happening. And the sad part is that Canadians got to sit there and shame the companies not to leave, even though it's in their best interest. Not because the Canadians is just a stable market or has the best consumer market in the world. No, that's us. No, they got to sit there and shame these guys to not take their jobs away. And I get it. But let's be honest. You guys should be able to, I'm be honest, keep y'all companies there without shaming them.
Think that they can offer some compromise to Canada, maybe on steel, and then we can.
Well, we've made compromise, and we've made some compromise even on steel. We have the same basic authority and the same basic. This could be also a little bit of a conflict with other countries all over the world on steel, because we want to make our own steel. We don't want to bring steel in for the most part, but we will bring it in, and we do bring it in. We continue to bring it in from Canada, but there is a tariff to pay. And I think that would be a normal thing to say, but we've come a long way. I think, Howard, we can truly say, do you want to make a comment on that?
Well, I think the opportunity to work together, but as you've said, there's conflict. Why do we make cars in Canada? You've called that out and you've addressed that. So there are places we should work together, and there are places that we have natural conflict.
It's a tough situation because we want to make our cars here. At the same time, we want Canada to do well making cars. So we're working on formulas, and I think we'll get there.
And well, I'm like, here's the thing. That is also the problem. The initiative is to have more things built in America. Cars is one of those things. That's at the top of Trump's list. So Canada also has to understand that as well. It's either you guys got to work out some deal to where it's beneficial for Americans, which I don't know which they could possibly do. I mean, they can offer to buy more, but they can't afford to. I mean, they can barely buy their own products. So they don't really have that much buying power to offer the United States. So I really wonder what Carney can honestly do, because we can always, like I said, what we're doing right now, invoking tariffs and getting these car companies to start building here again.
Canadians are refusing to go to the U.S. The numbers are down like 23%.
Who cares? Let them stay over there. I mean, yeah, hey, I don't need to go to Canada. No hate, no hate. It's just that let them stay over there. They love that country so much. So, I mean, salute. I have no hate if you guys want to stay over there. It does not hurt the American people's feelings, Canadians. I mean, people of the world, if you really think you guys staying in your own country hurts our feelings, you guys are hilarious, okay? You guys are really so entitled to really think that you staying right where you are in your country hurts our feelings. I mean, y'all really need to grow up. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, here's to start you off, sir. Shout out to my man Hellbat. What do you call the blonde hiding in the closet? Last week's hide and seek champion. By the way, you're late. Huh. I mean, hey, God damn it.
In the first 7 months of the year.
CT time, my bad.
Don't want to go to the U.S. now because of your 51st state talk, because of the.
Shout out Chase. He's like, bro, you're 30 minutes late. Like, what the fuck? I get it. I get it, guys. I get it. What can I say, bro? I laid down in the bed and it was just like, it was over. I was done.
Trade war, the tariffs, and the fear of also.
Look, I understand that, and Americans don't want to buy cars that are made in Canada. You know, I mean, we have the same conflict. So there isn't. It's something that will get worked out. There's still great love between the two countries, but you know, American people want product here. They want to make it here.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think Canada has any real leverage in America, I'm gonna be real with you.
Stop it. Get some help. Stop it.
Detroit was emptied out and moved to Canada, moved to Mexico, moved to other places, not just Canada. And now they're all moving back, you know, they're moving back. We have, right now, I was just telling Mark, we have 17 trillion, but it's really much higher. That was as of a couple of months ago. We have over $17 trillion being invested now in the United States. As an example, Biden, he was the worst president we've ever had, but they had less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have more than 17 trillion in 8 months. 8 months. And I think that number is going to be $22 trillion. There's never been anything like that in the history of the world for any country, not even close. You know, if you did 1 trillion in a year, that's pretty good. We're going to do over 20. And it's coming in with AI. It's coming in with auto plants. You know, we're building auto plants, a lot of auto plants in the U.S. It's coming in for a lot of reasons. It's coming in because of the fact, I think the November 5th election was a big factor. And I think the tariffs are a big factor. And again,
a lot of these auto companies that operate outside of the United States, well, guess where most of the profit comes from? The United States. So if these guys want to continue making money in the highest earning country, or the country where they make the most in, then yeah, they're going to have to bring their manufacturing over here. And sorry, but apparently their home country does not offer enough for them to stay there. Like, really think that how important the American economy is if companies are willing to ship their entire operation over here, or at least part of their operation. Think about how important that is. Like, think about what message that honestly sends.
We want Canada to do great, but you know, there's a point at which we also want the same business. We're competing for the same business. That's the problem. That's why I keep mentioning one way to solve that problem is a very easy way, but we're competing for the same business. He wants to make cars, we want to make cars, and we're in competition. And the advantage we have is we have this massive market. So it's it's quite an advantage.
For a second, are you planning to invoke the Insurrection Act? And that would be, a very long-standing law that's been on the books.
Yeah, well, it's been invoked before, as you know. If you look at Chicago, Chicago's a great city where there's a lot of crime. And if the governor can't do the job, we'll do the job. It's all very simple.
I mean, here's the thing. We're trying to get the illegals and trying to bring crime down in Chicago. Get the illegals out of Chicago, bring the crime down in Chicago. The problem with that is that the Dems are fighting back for some reason. Actually, they're fighting back so hard that this man, Brandon Johnson, the bastard, I'm sorry, but the mayor of Chicago literally say, you know what, guys, ice-free zones. Yep, an ice-free zone. So pretty much they're gonna have a zone to where what all the illegals can just flood into that area. I mean, it's not really gonna stop him, and it's cute that he did it, but the fact that he's even trying to is a bit, a little insurrection. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
They probably had 50 murders in Chicago over the last 5, 6, 7 months. Many people were shot. And then the governor gets up and he says, well, we can handle it. They can't handle it. They don't know what they're doing. The mayor is grossly incompetent. He's at a 4% approval rating in Chicago. He's at a 4%, lowest approval.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat. Hey, welcome back, my friend. Well, not Hellbat. Whoops. Why I say my bad. Shout out to my man Fire Ant, man. I haven't seen him in a minute, my brother. But he says, can you play that short I sent you in Discord and ask the question I asked? No problem.
Rating, lower than even de Blasio had, which is hard to believe in New York. I thought de Blasio would always maintain that record, but the Chicago guy is even lower. So I think that we want safe cities. If you look at DC, you would right now, Mark, you could go out, take your family out to dinner. You could walk right down the middle of the street. There is no crime in DC. When I got here, this place was a raging hellhole where people would come from Canada, people would come from other places and end up getting shot. Nobody's being shot. The National Guard's been unbelievable. I mean, they are strong, tough guys. We won something at the Supreme Court, which is a big deal, merit. Everything now in this country is merit-based. I didn't think I'd ever see it again. And we have our soldiers are merit-based too, and they're central casting. They walk through that town, and I'll tell you what, this place is safe. It's beautiful. Now we're in Memphis, and the same thing's happening. You're getting the reports. The bad guys are saying, we don't want anything to do with this. And we're removing many people. In D.C., we took out 1,700 career criminals and sent them back to the countries from which they came, mostly led out by Biden and his people that had an open border policy.
Man.
And,
Canada, and that is a perfect time to bring in, Fire Ant's point. Because Fire Ant, you had a good point. Why haven't we made a montage of the 90s Dems? Because I've done it a couple of times where I brought out 90s Nancy Pelosi, where she was pretty much talking about the dangers of China and why we need to start invoking tariffs on them because they put it on us and they're stealing our jobs. But then all of a sudden, 30 years later, she's calling, tariffs is such a bad idea. It's like, okay. And of course, on immigration as well. So let's take a recap to, the 90s Democrats and then all the way up to where it stopped with Obama.
Thank goodness for the internet, because we can just pull up the clips. They all used to agree with Trump. Just saying.
In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws. And I believe that they must be held accountable.
Dang, hold on.
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it. I feel it. He's cooking. I can see.
Like, man, I say it and I'm heartless. Obama says that he gets a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, amazing.
Especially those who may be dangerous.
I mean, you want to know another time that Obama agreed with us guys?
Workers come over the borders.
During his debate.
The Bush administration, has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. And so what we have to do is create a comprehensive solution to the problem. Now, I have already stated that as president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one. Step number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than be prosecuted for hiring an undocumented worker.
I was saying the same thing. I'm just like, it's kind of crazy how nobody's coming after the farmers or the factory, like, or the the factory supervisors or HR who hire these guys, who put these guys over the American people. But like, trust me, yeah, we got to deport these guys as well, but we also need to hold these people accountable. Like, it doesn't make any sense how we don't. And shout out to Obama, because
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it, I feel it. He's cooking.
I mean, man, back in the day, man, when Dems made sense. All right back to it.
You suffered because of that too, because they'd come here and they'd go into Canada also. So we're like a buffer for that in terms of Canada suffered greatly by Biden and the open border, the policy of open border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And these people were, if you got 5%, 2%, now you were getting a lot of bad people. And we now have a closed border. You've done well. Yep. We have a closed border, and it's a really closed border. In fact, for 4 months, I don't even know if this is possible, but the figures were released. 0 people were able to come into the United States from the southern.
Oh God, we got over 400 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Border 0. And as you know, we're taking a very hard stand on drugs. This is also benefiting you. We've a lot of we call them the water drugs.
I mean, literally, shout out my man Fire In. He said, when Democrats supported America, now they're just Marxists. I know, the self-loathing type as well, too. I'm just like, man, I mean, y'all really went to loving America, loving Americans, protecting Americans' jobs and all that good stuff to just saying, F Americans, you should just let the Indians do it. It's like, man, how far y'all have fallen.
The drugs that come in through water, they're not coming. There are no boats anymore. Frankly, there are no fishing boats. There's no boats out there, period. If you want to know the truth, we're saying, does anybody go fishing anymore? The fact is, we knocked out, probably saved at least 100,000 lives, American lives, Canadian lives, by taking out all those boats coming in. So it's, and now they don't come in that way anymore. Now they'll come in other ways, and we're not going to allow that either. So we've done a great job on that, but on crime, Chicago's a great city, but you can't be a great city if you have murders and if you have a lot of problems, and they do, and they have an incompetent policy, just like they had open border policy. Anybody could.
Now, Chicago, I mean, let's be real. It is like, honestly, it's like New York City. It's an economic powerhouse, isn't it? Yeah, let's be honest. It's an economic powerhouse that is suffering from heavy crime. That's a problem. And there's an immigration problem as well. Like I said, the crime is getting so bad that it's spilling over into the nice areas. They're shooting where they sell the Gucci and Chanel, guys. When there's shootings going down in high, income areas, you have a problem, a real problem. Or hits being carried out in high income areas. I mean, you might want to think about the National Guard.
And they came in from prisons. They came in from mental institutions, drug dealers. They came in from all over the place, and we don't have that anymore. This country is becoming we're a very strong country. Look, financially speaking, I would say that because of the tariffs, because of the election, because of the policy, because of the great, big, beautiful deal, it's what I added the word great because it really is. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country. We don't need another bill. It's the biggest tax cuts. When you think no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime for the people. But far beyond that, what it does is incentivizes auto plans and AI and all of the things that nobody's ever passed a bill like. We don't need another bill. We don't need any more bills. I said, let's get it all at once. I was greatly helped by our speaker, Mike Johnson, and by
and I always do say, give the big bill some time to work its magic, or, well, like I said, to see if it's a failure or a success. In my eyes, it's going to be a success because it's going to promote a lot of investment in America. Americans get to keep more of their money, even though Democrats call it more spending, but it is what it is. I mean, it's especially the guys who want to sit there and cry about tax breaks to billionaires. I'm like, you got a tax break too, right? Like, so can't the rich people get one too? And you be happy that you also got one, or you just gotta be a hater? Like real question, Dems, real question.
Senate, I'll tell you what, John Thune's been.
To be quite honest, I don't understand the mindset. If you got that mindset,
stop it. Get some help.
Like, honestly. But shout out to Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. So some interesting info came out with the investigation into electronic voting. Obama and Hillary raced in Chicago. I think Stephen Gardner. Yeah, Stephen Gardner had a good video on it. I never heard of Stephen Gardner. I'm gonna have to look him up. And let's see, Obama and Hillary's race in Chicago. Well, I know Obama was he was an Illinois senator, which is outright crazy. It's kind of crazy how nobody ever brought up how bad Chicago was even then. I mean, this was like, I don't know, I'm not sure if everybody will catch this, but this was like the Chief Keef era. This when things was really popping off in Chicago and things really started getting violent and the gangs really start getting active.
Both of those guys have been
and got notoriety for it, got praised for it. Worst, I mean, man, it was the worst thing ever. But shout out Chief Keef.
incredible. And we got a bill passed that I said, let's see if we can get it all done. Because these Democrats are like insurrectionists, okay? They're so bad for our country. So their policy is so bad for our country. I said, let's see if we can get it all done and everybody said it's not doable because it's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country. And we got it all done. We don't need anything else. We got everything we want. And now, because of that, that's a big reason why the companies are coming in. 1 year depreciation, 1 year write-off, 1 year expensing. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So they're coming in from all over the world. But to have a great country, you can't have crime. And we don't have crime, but we have cities where there's tremendous crime.
And here's the thing. Trump is also trying, I don't think everybody really noticed this, but one of the reasons why Trump want to clean up crime in some of these areas is because he wants to bring jobs to these high crime areas. And a lot of jobs are going to be hesitant to come over there if they're going to be afraid of their equipment getting stolen, their property getting vandalized. If they come over to a place like Chicago with millions of dollars of equipment, they don't want to take that risk. That's why they go to the outer cities and build jobs. So Trump is really trying to help these inner cities and create an economic opportunity for these, black communities. I mean, it's kind of crazy how that works out.
Chicago's one of them. And if the governor can't straighten it out, we'll straighten it out. Thank you. A question for the president.
Mr. Carney, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to know how come the UK and the European Union have succeeded to sign deals and bring the tariffs down, and Canada still hasn't been able to do the same?
Yeah, because they're not located right next to each other. It makes it, in many cases, it's much better and easier. But
yeah, and if I may, let's be clear about the relationship as it stands right now. We are the second largest trading partner of the United States. We do a lot of trade going across the border where we're cooperating, first thing. Secondly, we are the largest foreign investor in the United States. $500 billion in the last 5 years alone, probably $8 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement that we expect to get.
Largest investor?
Thirdly, there are areas, as the president just said, where maybe not so much conflict, we compete. There are areas where we compete, and it's in those areas.
Nah, I think our largest investor would be Japan. Actually, it would be Japan. They hold most of our bonds. So yeah, I think they're our largest investor. I mean, about 800 billion strong.
Where we have to come to an agreement that works, but there are more areas where we are stronger together, and that's what we're focused on. And we're going to get the right deal for America, right deal, obviously, from my perspective, for Canada.
And shout out Massa, make America safe again. I mean, you got to have a shout out to that one. You definitely do, because I don't know what's really the problem, especially when the police has been shown to be, not suited to the task of handling some of these gangs, because some of these gangs honestly got, military grade weaponry, sadly. So I'm not sure what's so wrong about bringing in National Guard when you got kids with AK-47s and AR-15s and, I mean, all your favorite Call of Duty guns. Like, what are you going to do? How do you handle that? Like, it can't just be with regular law enforcement. Bro, it's like it's sub-Saharan Africa.
Wait. So one thing where we are working very closely is the Golden Dome. That's the protective mechanism, and you see how that works. It's unbelievable. Ronald Reagan wanted to have it, and at that time they didn't have the technology, even close to the technology. But he was advanced, and we'll be working together on a golden dome for the two countries, and it's something that I think is going to be very important, especially when you look at the world, you look at what's happening. We want to have that protection. It's really amazing. The technology is unbelievable.
Why do you say some federal workers should not get their back pay? Why do you say
Hold
some?
on. He didn't say that one. I don't know why he said that, but honestly, yeah, if you ain't get fired, once the government turns back on, you're gonna get back pay. If you didn't get fired, I don't think it's really the president's choice at that point, especially if you're still working at the government.
To figure that out, okay. Ask the Democrats that question.
Mr. President, just to follow up there, I mean, the law says that when the government is reopened, that workers will receive their back pay. So are you going to defy the law there, or what are you hoping?
I follow the law, and what the law says is correct, and I follow the law.
AKA, they're gonna get their back pay, and also, man, ask the Dems to reopen up the government. Tell them to drop the BS about the BS argument about healthcare subsidy, about the healthcare premiums going up because of what the Obamacare subsidies that don't go off until the end of the year. So tell them to drop that BS. Tell them why they want $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending, because it don't make no sense, because we've taken care of more Americans off $600 billion. So please explain to me why we need $1.5 trillion. Like, y'all need to start holding the Dems more accountable and making them start answering for this BS.
Will Canada be leaving empty-handed, or will will Mr. Carney be leaving Washington with a deal on tariffs?
I think they're going to be very happy. We have a lot of things that we're working on that people don't talk about. They talk about, competitiveness. She's a very competitive person. And they talk about things that we don't necessarily agree on. But I think they're going to walk away very happy. I think so.
On all your trade deals that you've signed, there's been a minimum tariff that countries have got. When USMCA gets renegotiated, do you want a minimum tariff on goods between Canada and the US?
Well, we're going to have tariffs between Canada and, they have them with us. I will say with our farmers, as you know, they went up to as much as 400%. 250, 300, and even one at 401. We found one having to do with the first.
Yeah, and there was I remember everybody trying to say, no, they have no tariff on us. Yeah, they do, after a certain limit. So we can only sell so many products into Canada. Our imports are limited. After we go past that limit, there's a 250% tariff. What was it, on dairy products? That was our dairy. Actually, Canada was trying their hardest to keep our agriculture out of their country by crazy tariffs. But while we let them into our market with no tariffs, basically. So, yeah, you kind of see the unfairness with Canada right there. And they're supposed to be our friends, guys. They're our next door neighbor. And they ain't letting us sell to them. Like, come on, but we're letting them sell to us. But they're our friend, next door neighbor. Like, come on, neighbor. Why not open up that economy? Open up that market for us.
Small product, but it was high. So we've always had tariffs between the two of us, and actually Canada was charging us very high tariffs on our agricultural things, a lot of our agricultural product, and that's one of the things that we talk about for bringing that down. So this is a mutual thing, but we've been charged tariffs. Look, we're the king of being screwed by tariffs, just so you understand. And I'm not talking about with Canada. I'm talking about with countries all over the world. When you look at Europe, when you look at China, when you look at all of the, almost every country charged the U.S., we didn't charge them because we were led by stupid people in many cases. Stupid people. They took advantage of our country. They're not taking advantage of us anymore. If you looked at European Union, they're all my friends. I don't blame them. I blame our presidents. I blame our past presidents and, business leaders. But we are the king of countries that have been taken advantage of for many, many years. We've been paying trillions and trillions of dollars and receiving nothing at all. As an example, prior to the deal with Europe, where they paid a lot of money, but they're happy and I'm happy. The deal was good. It's a fair deal, but it wasn't fair. You couldn't put a car into Europe. You couldn't sell your agriculture into Europe. You couldn't do anything. And now we have it so that it's open. We charge them tariffs. We didn't charge them tariffs a car. They charge us tremendous. I said to Angela Merkel once, I said, how many cars have gone to Germany from the United States? And she said, well, I don't believe any. And I said, you're right. You're right. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. And they're paying a fair amount. It's just a fair amount. It's not, I could
Like
ask for
5,000.
much more. It's a fair amount. But the United States now.
I mean, it was about 5,000. Well, considering that people drive Teslas over there in Europe as well. So, and that's mainly the reason why. But yeah, it's about 5,000 cars that get sent to, well, from America to Europe. But you already know when it comes to European cars in America, it's far exceeds 5,000.
Is using the same thing that they've used on us. And I just can't believe it's taken presidents so long to do this. And again, we're going to treat people fairly. We're going to especially treat Canada fairly. But I can't believe it's taken so long where we get charged and don't charge them. Japan was a good example. We made a deal with Japan. You saw that, Mark, a deal with Japan. It's a much different deal than we've had in the past. But they would send us millions of cars, no charge. We weren't allowed to send them cars. We sent them no cars. I doubt you had one car go into Japan because we were restricted. They didn't want our cars.
Yep.
Same thing with Europe. Same thing with other places. So now all we do now is fairness. But fairness leads us to the most successful country there's ever been. You know, we have some advantages over other countries, and we do have a great market. We have an amazing market. But you know what? If I let this go, if we didn't win this election, if we had these people that were running, that were ruining our country, destroying our country with their open borders and men playing in women's sports and transgender from everybody and windmills all over the place, if we allowed that to go on for another couple of years, we would be, I'm not sure that we'd even have a country.
You know what? As much as I believe in green energy, I mean, shout out to Monty for putting the belief in green energy in me. But as much as I believe in it, the problem is it's not implemented correctly. It's not. That, and of course, we got, oil companies lobbying to stay on these fossil fuels and all that good stuff. But just like in these European countries, instead of it really helping the people, it's being built on the backs of the people through, taxes on these people's electricity bill. So that's the problem with green energy. It's good, it's just implemented wrong, and it ends up being, pushed on the backs of the people or operated on the backs of the people through taxes.
Trade going forward.
Mr. President, how do you see this?
By the way, I'm not sure we would have even had a country. And now we have the most successful country in the world. Brian?
Yes, sir. What is your message to Democrats ahead of the next vote to open up the government? The American people are saying, open the damn government. What's your message to them right now?
Well, they're the ones that started it. They're the ones that have it. And it's almost like a kamikaze attack by them. You want to know the truth? This is like a kamikaze attack.
And I want the Dems to keep it real. Now, when Trump closed the government the first time, it was him. He admitted it. Remember, in that spat with Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, he said, you know what? I'm going to close the government. I want my wall. You can blame it on me. He said that in front of the people. And we kept it on him. He was like, yeah, great. You shut down the government. He shut it down. The GOP shut it down. The GOP was the one that got it back open. So this time, it's on the Dems' hand. And why? Because they're the demanding party. Just like last time the GOP or Trump was a demanding party, now the Dems are. They're the ones who want 1.5 trillion. They're the ones who want to reinstate funding to PBS and NPR. They're the demanding party, and they're the ones who's not willing to sign on the clean CR bill. All of the Republicans are aboard. We just need the Dems to go ahead and push it through. And all that argument on, the Republicans control the Senate and the House. Stop being crybabies, okay? We have majority rule, okay? Not dominant control where we don't need you guys to vote. So stop with that BS argument. That's the BS argument they feed you, so they make it feel like you guys can't do anything about it when you can.
They almost, they have nothing to lose. They've lost the elections. They've lost the presidential election in a landslide. I saw the other day.
So hopefully that whole argument is just dead. Shout out to the Undertaker Bell. And shout out to my man Monty. Hey, appreciate you. Monty says save the He's like, save the oil for war, invest in renewable, build in reinvest in renewables, build in America. That's the best way to be energy independent, the best way to be self-sufficient. And you know what? I can agree to that one. I just wish they'd implement it like that. Then we'd all be aboard. We'd all be on board with it.
Where Kamala said this was a very close.
It's like they feed it to you like a scam. That's the worst part about it. That's the problem. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He said Japan saw the chaos of mass immigration through EU and the US. They said, nope, none of that BS here. Facts. Yeah, but Japan would never in their life. They like their low crime. They like that. Why? Because it's mainly like what, 99% Asians. I mean, of course, there's other people living there, but I mean, they're a very, very small minority. Very small.
Election. This was one of the biggest sweeps that anybody's ever had. Won the popular vote by millions, won the electoral college by a massive amount. They said, if I got 270, that would be great.
Man.
But I got, I think, 312 or 315. And they got
that's a blowout. I mean, you only needed 370, but you went up to 312, 315 or so. And then Kamala Harris is trying to call it out. The closest race in history? No, sweetheart. Let me put this in, like, let me give her Kamala Harris a reality. It would have been a close race if you won, I don't know, maybe like three out of the 7 of the swing states, but you lost all 7. I mean, if you won 3, we'd have been like, all right, that's pretty close. I mean, if you didn't get like completely dominating the electoral vote and this man got like 300, yeah, I mean, maybe if it was he barely got 270 and you was like, I don't know, at 250 something, we could call that close. I'll give it to you then. You could have been like a state off. But no, you got completely destroyed in the electoral. And what was it? I mean, you were like 2 million votes less than Donald Trump. 2 million votes less. So, yes, I mean, Kamala Harris did get completely destroyed in that election. Yes, it is a mandate because he won all 3. I'm gonna be real with you, major things in the election: the swing states, the electoral vote, and the popular vote. All 3 of them.
20. So, we won that. But we won counties. The big thing is counties. So out of all of the counties, thousands and thousands, we got 2,500. They got 525. It was a landslide. And we listened. Oh, yes, it was close. It was.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says Trump shattered the blue wall like the Kool-Aid man. And I ain't gonna lie. Hey, that's actually funny. You just shattered the wall like the Kool-Aid man.
It was one of the greatest victories ever. And it was a mandate to do what we're doing. And I hope, and Mark wants this as much as I do, we are very close to making a deal on the Middle East that will bring peace to the Middle East. After all of these years of millions and millions, tens of millions of people being killed, there's a chance to bring peace to the Middle East. In addition to that, I made 7 other deals, and they're, great. And we're, things are happening with respect to Russia, Ukraine. That's one that last week, Mark, 7,812 people were killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. But 7,000, more than 7,000, almost 8,000 soldiers were killed. It's a crazy thing. I thought that would have been one of the easy ones. I get along very well with Putin, and I thought that would have been, I'm very disappointed in him because I thought this would have been an easy one to settle, but it's turned out to be maybe tougher than the Middle East. We'll see what happens with the Middle East.
Is the fentanyl crisis over with Canada, with the Canadian border?
Is what?
The fentanyl crisis.
No, it's not over. I think it's never going to be over, frankly. But Canada's worked hard, and they've done a much better job than in the past. We have very few people coming in through our southern border, too. We've worked with Canada, and we've worked with Mexico. So we've made it a lot better.
On fentanyl, any amount is too much. So we've gotten it down. It's down substantially. It's less than 1%, but it's still too much. It's too much at home in Canada.
A lot of people.
Yeah, we got to
What
stop.
Russia, Mr.
You see, Mitzi.
USMCA, are the
two of you both committed to seeing it through in the renegotiation of that deal that you made?
Well, we could renegotiate it, and that would be good, or we could just do different deals. We're allowed to do different deals if we want. We might make deals that are better for the individual.
What's your preference?
countries. I don't care. I want to make whatever the best deal is for this country, and also very much with Canada in mind. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, on China, what more can the United States and Canada do together to counter China?
Well, you have to be able to compete. They're a great competitor. And Mark and I both know that. And you have to be able to compete. We have big advantages over China for a lot.
I mean, the best thing Canada could do with us is, like, I don't know, join us in the fight against Canada to have rare earth minerals independence. I mean, we link up on the mines and, you know, we try to fight Canada. I mean, not try to fight Canada, but we try to fight China on that end, or, you know, on the rare earth minerals end, not military wise. So, you know, get that out your head. But yeah, I mean, they can help us like that. But other than that, I don't really know how they could really, I don't know, benefit us, because most of the stuff that done in Canada, we can do ourselves.
Lots of different reasons. And I think we're doing very well.
We'll find a way.
I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to be meeting him in a few weeks, as you know. I'll be meeting him in South Korea. But we've had a very good relationship for a long time. But you have to be able to compete. To do well with China, if you can't compete, you're not going to do well with China. And Canada is very competitive. I can tell you that. Canada is a very competitive country. And I think Canada's done very well over the years with China.
Yeah, we have, but we'll do better together.
Yeah.
Mr. President, on the Middle East, what?
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Guarantees are you giving your Arab partners that Israel will not resume its offensive after the hostages are released?
Well, the primary guarantee is once this deal happens, if it does happen, look, they're in negotiations right now. We are going to do everything possible. We have a lot of power, and we're going to do everything possible to make sure everybody adheres to the deal. Okay?
Are you concerned about the delays at airports, and how do you see the shutdown ending?
I did hear about Trump and Bibi having like a back and forth about Trump pretty much laying out his plan to Bibi about, yo, you know, you need to go along with this plan. And he said, no, this plan will never work. It will never work. If you cannot trust the Palestinians. And Trump pretty much just hit him like, bro, why are you so effing negative? Like, bro, get over it. We're going to get this done. So it does sound like Trump is showing Israel or Bibi some backbone, which a lot of people like to say he's Israel controlled. Well, wait, man, we about to see.
Sure. I mean, it's they're all Democrat delays. There are delays at the airport. That's standard. And again, this is something that every day we put forth a bill. It's just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is. I look at people with very low IQs like Crockett, this woman Crockett. I never met her, but she's a low IQ individual. I look at AOC talking about how if they want to negotiate, they can come to my office. She's not in that position to do that. And who the hell is she to say that? And then I watch Nancy Pelosi not knowing what to do. I watch their leadership. Look, Schumer is petrified of.
That's our little protege, and I believe AOC's next up. So they don't really and AOC got a lot of backing in the Democratic Party. So she's literally like their little rock star of the Democratic Party. And you know, when you go against the most popular, you can tend to ostracize yourself, and that's how they can lose their seat. Which one of the main reasons why, well, Chuck Schumer didn't want to sign on the CR bid. Why? Because he didn't want to lose his seat because he got so much backlash last time from AOC and Jasmine Crockett.
Primary, because he's not going to win probably against anybody in a primary. You know, Schumer did the right thing, but he handled it badly originally a year ago. He did probably the right thing, but he handled it badly. I think Schumer is incapable of making a deal. They are a mess. They're a party that has no leadership. They have, and they have no policy. You know, I think we have great leadership, but we also have great policy. We have strong borders. We have no men and women's sports. Basic things. We're not going to take your child away and change the sex of your child. We're not going to do things like that. What they're doing to the country is so incredible. And they got away with it with all their woke crap, and now it's stopped. And we have a country that's based on common sense and strength and intelligence. I mean, we have the United States of America, and I say it all the time. Other leaders have told me this. Mark hasn't yet, but I think he would. A year ago, we were a dead country, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Maybe Canada. I'll give Canada, but because I do like Canada. But we're the hottest country in the world right now. There's never been a country that has the kind of money coming into it. There's never been anything like this. There's never been a country that if you take $1 trillion, that would be unbelievable. We're going to have over $20 trillion invested in this country. There's never been anything like what you're seeing. And it's based on good policy and common sense and leadership. Yeah.
Mr. President, what is Canada giving you in return? If you say Mr. Carney is going to be leaving Washington happy, what's Canada giving you in
Well,
return?
you'll find out. But I think the people of Canada, they will love us again. Most of them still do. But if you say only 25%, I assume a lot of them. I think they love us. And you know what? I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but I like it a lot. And I watched some of the greatest hockey games.
I like Canada.
How good were those games, right?
Yeah, very good. We're coming down for the World Series, Mr. President.
Oh,
We don't like Canada.
by the way, your team is looking
President, will you sign a trade deal with Canada that doesn't include supply managed goods like dairy, for example? If the federal government said that's
Well,
off
if
the
you
table.
would include dairy, I mean, it's going to include everything. We'll do a couple.
And here's the problem, though. It does always seem like people preach for letting other countries protect their domestic economy while, allowing ours to be gutted out. I never understood how Dems will sit on that side, or, I would say other countries' political pundits will sit there in our face and be like, come on, man, can you just let us protect our domestic economy while we're able to sell into yours? Like, come on, please. Like, let us, man, come on. Let us scam y'all. Let us finesse. Can we do that? And no. Shout out to Trump because he's no longer letting the finesse happen. But it is a bit crazy how a lot of these guys will sit in our face and say that right to us.
Have you identified programs to eliminate under this shutdown?
Oh, sure.
Which ones?
We have a lot. I'm not going to tell you, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon. But we have a lot of things that we're going to eliminate and permanently eliminate. One of the things that we have is some advantage, you could say, but because of the shutdown, which I think they made a big mistake, we're able to take out billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse, and they've handed it, on a silver platter. And Russell Vogt, he's a serious person, very serious person, and he's sitting there and he's getting ready to cut things. And this is something that was handed to us by, I assume, Schumer. I just don't know if Schumer has any power anymore. I look at your leadership. I don't know who to speak to. I'll tell you what, I'm getting calls from Democrats wanting to meet. I never even heard their names before, and they're claiming to be leader. The Democrats have no leader. They remind me of Somalia, okay?
Yeah, they're broken up in different factions. It's like Somalia, it's a pirate state. So many other people, so many different governments want to take control that nobody has control. I mean, yes, so many parties want control. Nobody has control. The Democratic Party is broken up to so many different factions at this point that nobody's really a leader. Nobody has a dominant voice in the party.
And I met the president of Somalia. I told him about the problem he's got. I said, you have somebody from Somalia who's telling us how to run our country. She's from Somalia. He said, would you like to take her back? He said, no, I don't want her. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Say it again.
How many permanent jobs are you talking about to be eliminated?
Well, I can tell you, I'll be able to tell you that in 4 or 5 days if this keeps going on. If this keeps going on, it'll be substantial. And a lot of those jobs will never come back. But you're gonna have a lot closer to a balanced budget, actually.
Is there anything the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult to reach a deal?
Say it?
Is there anything that the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult or easier to reach a deal?
No, I think he's a great Prime Minister. I mean, he can represent me anytime. I will tell you, I'm not saying that because, no, he is a very strong, very good leader. He's a nice man, but he can be nasty.
And shout out Monty says, let the Dems stay divided. We can kick their ass in the election, like especially with midterms coming up, because they don't even know who they are. Like the Democrats probably don't know if they want to be the radical left, if they want to be liberals. I mean, if they want to be libertarians, they don't know. They don't know. And then the ones who kind of do know what they want to be, they're kind of lost in the Democratic Party because they're wondering, well, who has the biggest voice? Right now, it does sound like the Marxists kind of do, you know, the AOC, Jasmine Crockett, and those guys. It sounds like they got the biggest voice, but you never know. They're talking about Westmore and Pritzker, who's going to be the candidate for 2028. So, I mean, that caught me by surprise. I didn't think they had that much clout until now.
Very nasty. Maybe it's nasty as anybody.
How?
I think Canada. Let me put it this way. I can tell you this because I deal with lots of leaders all over the world. He is a world-class leader. He's a man that knows what he wants, and I'm not surprised to see that he won the election and won it substantially. And I would think he's more popular now. He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want to be a great man too.
Mm.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, he set himself up for that one. Oh man, I'm crying. All right, well, shout out Trump once again for ending on a funny note. But all right, though, let's get over to the right side of media.
So the city of Portland was just paid a very special visit by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. She rolled into Rip City and inspected Antifa's mini Confederacy and then picked up a migrant, Chris Hansen style.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You've reached that, F around and find out.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Noem pulls up to your city. Yeah, you've reached that point.
No, we're not let you out. You're under arrest. You're under arrest. You waited until we detained you. So now you will be removed from this country and never given the chance to come back.
The heat must be getting to them because we're noticing dissension in the Antifa ranks.
Before you give this guy more clickbait and make him more money, before you give him more money for clickbait by raising your voice, go and fight the government.
Yo, come on.
Huh?
When ICE vans are able to bust through the barricades.
When Antifa is getting mad at the protesters, yeah, that's Antifa. Like, bro, they try to provoke people to do violence. Like, they'll literally turn on the protesters who's protesting the same thing they are and be like, you're not doing enough. You need to be going out there and throwing pepper spray, breaking rocks off the goddamn sidewalk and throwing it at these ICE agents. You are not doing enough. You don't really care about these immigrants. You're pussyfooting. Like, bruh. Whoa, whoa, we can't do that, right? Like, we could protest, we could be in disagreements, but doing all that is going to turn to something else.
Antifa's thrown up around their building, they're nailing the worst first. A fentanyl trafficker, a murder suspect, sex predators, pedophiles, all iced in Oregon. Immigration police have been getting pelted with rocks, laser beamed, and loogied. But Democrats say it's all smoke and mirrors.
Protesters are peaceful, but they have videographers behind them, and then they start throwing down pepper balls and tear gas to film it, to try to create the impression of chaos.
Ah, yes, the Vietnam War would have gone so much better if it wasn't for those stupid people filming it. Our hippie-loving grandparents still think we're fighting Charlie in the jungles of Southeast Asia.
I mean, the heck? The Ukrainian flag.
Antifa serenades us with song. New York Times columnists are in Portland playing peekaboo.
Be careful. Portland is on fire. Our president says so. The rival gangs fighting. The clouds of tear gas all around us. Be careful.
Wow, saying that in probably one of the nicest parts of Portland and making a joke about it. I'm like, great. You know what? Why don't you go to the hood of Portland and do that? Go to the hood of Portland, go to one of these more low-income areas and play that same joke, my friend. Because I know one thing, man, you might not make it out. You might not.
But actually, This isn't a war zone, whatever Trump says.
Yeah, I know. It's the suburbs.
This is perfectly peaceful.
Legacy Media doesn't have any reporters filming the riots, and that's how the chief of police likes it. What bothers him are the journalists who are fair and balanced.
What we're seeing with the increased national attention is bringing in nationally recognized influencers. They're going where they can get the views and create the perception.
That's Chief Bob Day. The chief thinks the guy with the selfie stick at the riots is the problem, not the loon strapped with a machete. Bob isn't just a police chief. He's a DEI consultant. Chief Day took a hiatus during the Summer of Love to go work for a DEI nonprofit called the Red Door Project. What's their mission? Reimagine policing. This is what Bob was doing with his time before Antifa burnt down Portland the last time.
If you ask the majority of people of color, as well as the majority of police officers, they would describe their relationship as, in worst case, one of war.
I don't believe that within the policing community we
not
have handled the conversation of bias and racism, prejudice very well. The reality is these challenges are only going to increase. We need to do something different.
Chief Bob, who I bet still wears a white dudes for Harris hat on the weekends, hasn't been able to stop Antifa assaulting immigration officers for the last 100 days. And now we know why. Bob and his men are helping Antifa stay out of trouble.
We have a good reason why we actually need them. So that's why we're asking people to get out of the street. Is it illegal to get out of the street? They could arrest you, but we're asking you guys voluntarily, let's just get out the sidewalks. If a car comes through and hits somebody, it's a better way for the government to say
Antifa's spitting on officers. And
Yeah,
Bob is
I mean, let's be honest. If one, they don't want to let local police help out ICE or HSI, and the fact is, not only that, but these protesters are starting to get handsy with ICE. They're starting to attack them. Like, that's a problem. So when you don't got the local police and ICE, they're not a big enough police force just to send, I don't know, like 20,000 deep to each state. Like, they're not that big. So they do need the help of local law enforcement as well. But when these states or these cities say, no, we're not going to help them, then you guys open up the opportunity for the National Guard to be let in. So it's not really Trump's fault. It's usually the governor or the Democratic mayor.
On how not to get arrested. Portland won't help ICE pick up bad hombres, but they'll help Antifa. Christy Nones sat down and Bob and had a word this afternoon. And by the looks of it, Bob didn't seem very happy with the way the meeting went. Over in Chicago, same thing. Mayor Johnson created no ICE zones after agents got Benghazi'd. When an Antifa, Bonnie and Clyde rammed agents with their cars, there was a call for backup, but a stand-down order went out on the radio. They got booked, but a Democrat-backed judge just released them for having good ties to the community. The woman, who's a teacher, is accused of following ICE agents in the car for 30 minutes, doxing them live on Facebook, had a gun in the car, and rammed them. Prosecutors say they're extremely dangerous. ICE agents—
Yo, I'm sorry, but no way.
Stop it. Get some help.
Like, that's crazy.
Agents already have bounties on their heads, and these judges are making it too easy. A Latin King shot caller just put out a $10,000 hit out on a Border Patrol commander. Whose side are these people on? One of the rioters who got charged for felony aggravated battery outside the ICE facility in Chicago was a University of Chicago professor.
Wow.
What'd she teach? Sociology, of course. She happens to teach a course on animal behavior. That's interesting. The media is literally telling crazies to harass police.
If ICE can show up and bother some guys at their roofing job, then bystanders should be able to bother ICE at their state-sanctioned kidnapping job.
Impeding law enforcement is a crime, you dumbass. Like, why would you? Are you freaking serious? When ICE pulls up to take the roofers, to take the cheap labor roofers off your roof, that's them upholding the law. All right. When American citizens go out and try to stop ICE agents from taking your favorite Mexican roofers, that's impediment of the law. So what? You're literally going out there telling people to commit crime. Like, these guys literally don't hear themselves at this point. Or they do, and they don't care about the consequences, because guess what? They're not the ones going to do it. Somebody that watched them will.
It is only fair. The left's also putting pressure on small businesses. After they firebomb their stores during the Summer of Love, rioters are now saying, don't cooperate with ICE. You have a nice store there. Hate to see you lose it.
We demand that businesses like the Yards Plaza owned by Freeman Properties stop giving immigration authorities access to their parking lots. Stop.
Wow, that's pretty much saying like Home Depot, Lowe's, stop letting these guys chill out there, or what? Or what?
Enabling them to carry out even more terror in our neighborhoods.
You never see the left fight this hard for Americans. If they can just take 10% of the effort they're wasting on criminal illegals and have it used on us, the country would be in great shape.
Bro, literally.
People are getting killed. And the city of Chicago.
If they took all that energy and directed it towards the American people, bro, oh my goodness. This would be a great country. This would be a really great country. Took all that energy that they use to protect illegals and use it to fight for the prosperity of American people. Oh, we'd be in a great place.
Is trying to set up micro confederacies to protect rapists from a foreign land.
An illegal alien from Nicaragua grabbed a woman on the north side last week, bashed her head into the sidewalk, knocked her unconscious, and raped her. If that had been your wife, Stacey.
Okay, all right, we're not gonna answer it. Thank you.
Dang, and bro sat there cold face and listened to that. I'd have had at least like a whoa, what are you trying to tell me? And I wouldn't be trying to skip past him. I'd be trying to listen to him. I'm like, hold on, you tell me one of my constituents got grabbed up, raped brutally, and wait, I'm not hearing about it now. Yeah, and bro just had a cold face hearing that. I mean, oh wow, this guy's a bit concerning. I mean, I don't know how you can hear about a woman getting brutally raped and just sit there with a plain face, just stared at the camera, just like I don't know how you do it. How do you do it?
Thanks, man. All right.
Would you want ICE to deport her?
All right. Let's move on.
Moving on. The Chicago Marathon is this weekend. People from all over the world are flying in to race. And the mayor thinks Homan is going to handcuff Mexican runners at the finish line.
We've gotten word that roughly 3,000 runners from Mexico have signed up for this marathon. And I want all of them to come. I want them all to come. I believe the best way in which we can demonstrate resistance is not bending the knee to tyranny.
Bro.
Tyranny is when you're too afraid to leave your house on the south side.
These guys.
Americans fear crime, not ICE. Illegals fear ICE, and they should.
These guys. This guy. Why are we pretending this isn't an insurrection? Why are we pretending this isn't civil war? Because Monty, we don't want to take it that far yet, to be quite honest with you. Like this is blatantly, and I mean honest with you, he is basically going against the government. Some people would be like, well, I don't know if it's an insurrection. He's just trying to go against immigration law. But that's the law that protects the American people, not just, I mean, physically, but employment-wise as well. So if people who want to sit there and ignore that, I guess that's their way to reconcile with allowing these people to do what they do. But you're right. I don't want to bring it to that insurrection yet, because they're not out in the street going like, yo, if you bring ICE here, we'll kill them. Like, honestly, that's like pretty much, and I don't know, maybe that's too far of a line for me, but I don't know. Maybe I think I just need to see it outright. Just whole bunch of people line up. Just tell me straight up, look, if you guys bring ICE in here and you try to uphold immigration law in Chicago, we will kill y'all. I'm like, okay, now that's an insurrection right there. We can go ahead and act on that one. But this right here, I mean, rebellion, I mean, it's pretty damn rebellious. I'm not sure if it could be upholded. We're not sure if the entire city of Chicago or the governor will even let this man do this. But he is talking good game right now. That does, and if let's be real, if there is a ICE-free zone in Chicago, I'll throw my hands up and I'll say, yeah, that's pretty much an insurrection. You're cutting off certain parts of the United States and making them what? For immigrants only? Illegal immigrants at that. Illegal immigrants. Yeah, that would be pretty much an insurrection at that point, if they're actually able to instate a ICE-free zone. And shout out to my man Tove. He says, Monty, you ain't wrong. Hey, Tove, agree with you on that one. We have been dealing with a spiritual civil war. Dude, my husband would have ended up in jail. They have no soul. Well, man, god damn. And shout out to the supporters. And I'm glad your husband, made the right choices where he could be with you today, Tove. So shout out.
Especially now that Greg Abbott's sending the National Guard to Chicago. First, Abbott bust Biden migrants into Illinois to make blue states feel like border states. That kind of helped Trump win the election. And now Trump says, Abbott, can you send the guard back to pick him up?
And shout out Tove says, set. Yes, they have. Without saying the K word. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like they want to just leave. I mean, all right. If that's what you're saying, if that's what you're going, if we're all going with that, look, these guys literally want to say that, yo, if you guys come here, we're going to start killing ICE agents. And let's be real. In Dallas, you can say they kind of acted on it, but I need to see more of a team effort here. And like I said, maybe I'm waiting for too much. I'll admit that. Maybe I am. But I really need something with definitive that I could always point to and be like, no, you can't single this guy out. There's a group of liberals, group of radical leftists that went out because of what the mainstream media said about ICE. And they went out there with the goal to kill ICE, to liberate their city or whatever of ICE. If we could point to that and then also point to them being organized, yes, we can go ahead and sit there and say, yeah, this is an insurrection, organized group literally trying to overthrow the government instead of just a bunch of group of paid protesters. I mean, I think that's where it's going to be hard to stick on them. That's where it's hard to stick on these guys. And shout out Monty says, they're shooting ICE, they're harboring terrorists, they're attacking conservatives. Yeah, but these are, like I said, Monty, even though I agree with you, they can always skate off on that's just that guy. Like I said, it does seem like we need a team of, we literally need Antifa themselves to go out there and start literally committing heinous crimes for the Dems to get it. To be like, yo, no, now you guys are organizing to do this. Now you want to take accountability instead of calling this a one-off situation. It's just this one guy. They'll always have that way out if that doesn't happen, in my opinion.
And take them home. 200 troops are rolling in, and Pritzker's calling them the N-word.
In the early days of the Nazi regime, they started slowly but surely taking away people's rights. And what we're seeing now is the very same thing.
Same thing as the Nazi regime? Really? They tried to kill Trump twice already. I know he can't control himself, but JB Beck better watch his mouth. The FBI has arrested almost 9,000 criminals in this year's crime sweep. Illegal crossings along the border have plummeted to the lowest level since 1970. Trump ran on keeping the borders and streets safe. It's the reason he boosted his turnout with blacks.
For them to manipulate this now to make it look like the troops are coming in to attack black people. No, they're coming in to do what we asked them to do, and that is to get these illegals out of our communities.
Hey, man, preach, Mom, preach. And there's been a whole lot of lying going on, all right? Talking about ICE agents arresting babies. The baby was naked, said he was only outside. How could they? And I'm just like, bro, come on now. Don't fall for the propaganda. Let's get over to this guy right here. This guy. This guy with the nice hair. Picture surfaces of toddler African-American boy arrested by ICE in Chicago 2 nights ago.
Something's not right with this video, and I figured it out. Watch.
This police officer saw his son on the street when he was supposed to be on house arrest, so he made the cutest arrest ever.
With the zip tie. Where'd that go? Where'd that go?
So these are the types of videos that are getting ICE officers hurt. And the left is running with this. This was posted all over X. Everyone was believing this toddler was actually being zip tied by ICE. I strongly urge you guys to do 2 seconds of research before you post something like this that could potentially lead to the harm of other people. This is inciting fear and violence. This is inciting people to take action against these law enforcement officers when they did not do this. Do you know how many people I've seen on the left in the last week?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my man Sid. He came in here parroting that exact thing. Like, oh, what's that? Go to the video. You'll see. And you know what? I had to go see. I was like, you know what, man? Let me go see what Sid was talking about. And I went and see. And then I found the instant debunking of it.
I never thought I'd say this, but ICE is arresting children.
Yep, and I got proof. Look at that cute little baby being arrested by ICE in Chicago. That's fucked up. Except that's what all the Democrats are saying, except they could simply look right here and see where it says Texas. And yeah, unfortunately, we live in a world where a father can't play cops and robbers with his kid while he's in his uniform anymore.
Now, to be honest, I would never want to put my kid in handcuffs, even playfully, because I don't even want him to ever know that experience. But, you know, that's just me. But hey, just a kid in there, dad playing around. But it got turned into a viral sensation that's about to cause what? Mass hysteria that might lead to some violence. But hey, the Dems don't give a damn. And they know that, well, their own people don't like to look for facts. I mean, honestly, if you look over here at the badge and compare it to what the honestly Chicago police wear, you would easily be able to see that.
That's a crime, apparently, because here's the actual video of the dad playing with his son, which they took the picture of and started running with it, saying that ICE is arresting kids.
Adorable.
And that, my friend, is how the left twist simple little shit, make a big deal out of it, because all these unemployed fucking libtards that have nothing to do just repost, take it, create their own twist to it, and run with it, and all of a sudden, that's the news.
And they don't care about the consequences of it because they don't got to deal with it. I mean, the people that they hate do.
Is now going full tinfoil hat. JB Beck says if they don't stop this N-word, he's going to steal the midterms.
I fear that what they're going to do is deploy these folks eventually to polling places and say they're protecting the vote. Do what he said he might do in 2020, which is use the military to confiscate the ballot boxes and count the votes.
It's official.
New hoax alert. New hoax alert. New hoax alert.
There is crime in American cities, but the way to deal with it is get the funding that you need for police, get the training that you need, and work with local officials.
This is a pretext to stop the next election.
Why would Trump want to stop blacks in Chicago from voting? Every election, he gets bigger black turnout. Why would he
Literally.
stop it? I have a feeling.
I mean, especially in Chicago. Like I said, when the Debs let crime run rampant and Donald Trump got to come through and, you know, solve it, y'all only lose more people to Donald Trump. You only lose more black people and more liberals in general. It don't even just got to be black people. All liberals got to do is sit on the side and see what Trump is doing. They're like, you know what? You got to give the man respect for that when he is trying to solve a problem that the Dems are sleeping on.
That if
And then not only that, but pretending that it don't exist.
Democrats don't win back the House, they're going to tell their base that ICE rigged the vote.
Yep.
To them, nothing matters anymore.
I mean, what you mean? There's people out there who think that there was a voting fraud with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. So there's people who believe that already. So it's all, so if they lose the midterms, I'm prepared for these guys to just go all out. They might just go all out civil war in our ass. Just cause. And shout out to my man Monty, says there's a lot of one-offs happening. Admittedly, yes. But like I said, it doesn't seem like they'll ever take accountability or it would ever be truly recognized until it's something more organized.
Senators are still backing a guy who said he wants to put 2 bullets in Republicans' heads.
But you are right.
Jay has apologized. The statements that he made were indefensible, but I've known Jay Jones for 25 years. And both those statements were not in character. And he has apologized. I wish other people in public life would sincerely apologize for stuff. So no, I still am a supporter.
What? No, bro, don't do this to yourself. I don't even like you, but bro, don't do this to yourself. You're literally shooting your whole like political career in the foot at this point. Like, why? Like, this literally makes no sense. Like, do you really know who he's protecting? No, look, go to Hannity real quick because he covered this pretty well. This is who he's protecting, guys, because this is gonna be crazy.
And breaking developments late last week in the Virginia Attorney General race after shocking text messages that the Democratic candidate Jay Jones sent in 2022, not that long ago, came to light, including several in which he's fantasizing about a
Yeah, I mean, this guy's sick. And shout out to my man RDO double O. I mean, oh yeah, RDO double G. Love dunking on the leftists in your channel. Hey, I appreciate your support, man. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun in here. So shout out. But that's Tim Kaine. Yes, the guy we just got seen speaking is Tim Kaine, and he is a prominent Dem. I mean, he's a well-known Dem. But for this guy to come out and protect this that Dem AG who was literally fantasizing about killing children. No, all right, you know what? Let's get right into it, though. Let's recap.
Fascinating. The Speaker of the Virginia House, Todd Gilbert, going as far as to say that if he was in a room with Gilbert, Hitler, Pol Pot, and had only 2 bullets, he would shoot Gilbert twice.
Yeah, he said 3 bullets, 2 people. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler. Put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Damn. Jesus. Like, bro, is it that serious? Like, bro, I'm be real with y'all. Actually, like, all right, who's Gilbert? Like, is it a guy? Is it a girl? Like what? If it's a girl, did she cheat on you? If it's a guy, did he steal your wife? Because where is this hatred coming from? Because, dog.
Stop it. Get some help.
Really? Immediately before that, he wrote, quote, "If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves." And
oh, he did say that. He's like, all right, they say nice things about everyone, LOL. If those guys, and this is the response, whoever he was texting, he said, if those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves. Jesus, Jay, please stop. LOL. Oh, and that's when he said, oh, 3 people hit, like, you know, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. That's when he said, you know what, I'd shoot that person twice over Hitler is crazy. But I mean, the hate runs that deep.
sadly, they got worse because more disgusting messages show him attacking Gilbert's children, calling them fat.
All right, he said, I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer's Gilbert's children would die. Yeah, I mean, that's always a bit too far. Like, bro, you wishing death on people's children? It's like, dog, I'm going to take you out the game just off the threat of that. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, hey, shout out he didn't make the threat to the wrong person, because there's a lot of people you make this threat to and they make sure you would not walk this earth again to make sure you never carry it out. Because, boy, and he's like, yes, I've told you this before. Yeah, but not in text. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Hey, you remember who also said that? I remember somebody who said that. Destiny. Destiny said the same thing. And let's see here. He said, I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. Ooh. I mean, I do. Todd and Jennifer are evil. Oh, wow. And they're breeding little fascists. Yes. Damn. Hey. Okay, you know what? I didn't read that deep into it. I'll be honest with you. I just read like the first couple parts. I was a bit distracted from the debate last night. But now that I'm reading this like all the way out, what? But then again, I also did see people try to wish death on Erica Kirk. So they said, oh, so their children can be properly raised. I'm like, wow, you'd really wish death on people's parents? And then you would say you'd even kill the kids too? Like, I mean, and then Tim Kaine came out and said, oh, this is not in light of his character. I'm still behind him. I'm like, yeah, you know, this is what this means, right? That you guys are okay with that language. I mean, this doesn't expose the entire life. Yeah, you guys are okay with that language in the Democratic Party, even your higher ups.
And saying that he hoped that they would die because, quote, only when people feel.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says, remember, Kaine was the VP candidate in 2016. This guy.
Fascists and saying that he hoped that they would die because, quote, only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. And
That's
one
a
source
Destiny
is telling the
bar.
National Review he suggested on a phone call that he wished Gilbert's wife could watch her children die in her arms. Now, the messages sparked widespread outrage with Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. He'll join us in a minute. President Donald J. Trump.
And the man ain't been, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If I was this Jennifer Gilbert's husband, hey, we gotta work, bro. No, you gotta, we gotta run the fade. You gotta meet me somewhere, and I might have to take you off this earth because ain't no way you said that about my wife and my children, and I'm gonna let you sit there and breathe on this earth. I'm sorry. Anybody who feels that way about me and my wife and children, I don't think I can allow you to exist. I'm sorry. I'm just that type of guy. I feel like other guys in the chat would agree with me. If somebody threatening your wife and kids and they just keep their job, you know what? I might just have to settle this myself. Ain't no way. I just can't have you out here like that.
Lieutenant Governor and gubernatorial candidate Winsome Sears all calling on Democrats to push Jay Jones off the ticket, calling the text, quote, beyond disqualifying. The silence from Democrats in the Commonwealth of Virginia has been deafening, and now, with less than a month until Election Day, the messages are now threatening a major shakeup in that bellwether state in those races. Abigail Spanberger did put out a weak statement condemning generally political violence and violent rhetoric, but she stopped short. She wasn't courageous. She would not call on Jay Jones to drop out of the race. Even liberal Joe was saying they should drop out. We reached out to her campaign. Shockingly, they did not respond to our request for a comment. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is here with more. The silence on this from Democrats.
It's just so crazy. Now, let's see what Laura Ingraham got to say. Let's see what she's saying. Because it's just so crazy that was even exciting. The fact that bro literally came out there. No, actually, I need to hear it again. This guy, Tim Kaine's ridiculous. He literally came out there and offended this man. This
that he made were Jay has apologized. The statements that he made were indefensible, but I've known Jay Jones for 25 years.
But you're defending him. They're indefensible, but you're defending him. It's like, bro, I'm be honest, I don't care how long I know somebody. I'm gonna look at him dead in his eyes and be like, bro, you need to step down. You just threatening bro, you're threatening a dude's wife and kids. You might want to go into hiding for a little bit, because if he comes after you, I have no judgment if he whoops your ass. But yeah, I'm done with you. That should have been the conversation, not, you know what he said was indefensible. But I known bro for a minute, man. Cut him some slack. It's like, I'm sorry, bro. We can't give him that grace. That was going a little too far. Talking about killing wife and children and whole family and all that, that's way too far. I can't forgive that, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know how you guys can, and honestly, you might as well just admit that you guys are okay with political violence. You're talking about it in text. You're fantasizing about it damn near, which is even scarier.
This is Jason Miyares, Virginia Attorney General, who is running for re-election against Jay Jones. Mr. Attorney General, these are just de facto disqualifying comments, but the Democrats seem, at least for now,
bro, and anybody who's retarded enough to try to say, well, what about Trump? Bro, Trump never wished death on nobody's wife. He called somebody's wife ugly as a dog. Okay, cool. But he didn't wish death on her. He never wished death on nobody's kids. So if you're really bringing up Trump right now, I'm sorry, but the TDS is too strong, bro. It's too strong. Just
stop it. Get some help.
So
stop whining. Your kids are soft.
Cause, bro, that ain't no way. There ain't no way you can say something like that. Like, what about Trump? I mean, this is not a what about Trump moment, guys. There's no way you can bring Trump into this without sounding retarded.
to be waiting this out, thinking this storm will pass?
Well, I don't think the storm's going to pass because this is an individual that's running to be the top prosecutor in the state of Virginia, where your job is to stop violence. And he's been advocating for violence. And to give your listeners and your watchers background, this text thread started because Jay Jones was angry that Republicans had utilized and said nice statements about a Democratic legislator that had recently passed away. And his response was that for his political opponents, he would literally piss on their own graves.
Damn.
And then he obviously talked about putting 2 bullets in the head of Todd Gilbert, who's a friend of mine.
Which is crazy. So pretty much while 2 Republicans were mourning the death of a Democrat, was pretty much showing their respect, this guy comes left field and just say, nah, bro, I'd off them and their whole family. Like, bro. Like, bro, why? Why, bro? Why? Oh yeah, you got me. He has mental problems. Like, I don't know why would you even trust him as attorney general? Like, why? How could he be trusted?
And then obviously saying, and he was called out at this time by Kerry Cornier, listen, this is not appropriate.
Bro gonna be out here trying to give every conservative who gets a court case or a murder case a death penalty. Shoot, a robbery case, death penalty. Shoot, you coming for a traffic ticket, death penalty.
And as a response, I mean, she texted him, you're talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. And he said, yes, because it's only through pain policy actually changes. What's so startling for me is I served in the House of Delegates with Jay and with Todd. He knows Jennifer. He knows Todd's children. Todd's children at the time of these text messages were 2 and 5 years old at the time. This was not hypothetical. He knew them. He knew what they look like. Think about the moral rot that occurs in a human being to say that about a man's wife and their children.
Well, imagine what else he said. I mean, imagine what he'd do as attorney general. That's what I'm saying. I mean, target conservatives, unfair prosecutions of people who disagree on policy. He did put out an apology today and wrote in part, reading back those words made me sick to my stomach.
Like, if you're in a Democratic district, he's low-key probably gonna just give you the most craziest, like push to give you the craziest punishment. Well, let's see. Jay Jones apologized for past tech. I take full responsibility for my actions. I want to issue my deepest apology to Speaker Gilbert and his family. Bro, Gilbert should whoop your ass. But reading back those words made me sick to my stomach. I'm embarrassed, ashamed, and sorry. No, you're not. No, you're not, bro. You're not.
Stomach said he was embarrassed, ashamed, and sorry. This was a grave mistake. I'll work every day to prove to the people of Virginia I will fight for them as attorney general. Apologies, you know.
Well, what about the Republicans there? I mean, you just went out and just straight threatened a Republican. So now it's just like, bro, nobody in Virginia is going to feel like safe if they vote differently. Nobody in Virginia. If you're a Republican in Virginia right now, you should not feel safe that this man is anywhere close to AG. You shouldn't feel safe. Somebody who says that, no way.
They are what they are. But I am stunned that the Democrats at this point, I guess they just think if he drops out, you're automatically reelected. So they're just going to take a flyer on this. But I think it also tells us that if an individual has a murder fantasy like this involving children, this individual likely has some type of mental problem. Forget a bad judgment. This is some kind of mental issue as well with them. I mean, to even write those words is a sickness.
Well, Laura, I will tell you, I have a quote in my office in the Attorney General's office that I see every day I walk in the office. It's from Thomas Jefferson, and it is this: I have never found a difference of opinion in politics, philosophy, or religion as cause to withdraw from a friend. And it was just a great reminder, even if I may disagree with somebody, I'm not going to lose a friendship over it. This is an individual that has a mindset that if I disagree with you, as he did with the speaker, that he fantasizes about violence against him
a mental issue.
And his own children.
No.
Really, and it's a real test of civility, because when I took this oath of office, it was.
I mean, bro, literally, like I said, I don't even know how he's any serious candidate in the Democrats' eyes anymore. Like, they should have literally just been like, yeah, you're done. Your whole career in politics should be done just after that alone. The fact that they're still trying to keep this man afloat, I mean, I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say. Like, if a Republican did this, bro, I would be outraged that anybody would even try to defend this man. If a Republican did this, I would literally say, no, take him off the ballot. I don't care where he's from, who he is. I don't care if he's a Trump supporter. I don't care if he's the most Trump loyalist person ever. Take him off. But apparently we can't get that same accountability on their side.
Here with his reaction is Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Stephen, you heard Tammy Duckworth's Gestapo comment, her zip tie comment, which is like, it just reminds me of the patter around January 6th. It's the same thing, the gallows and the zip ties, all of that. Your reaction, let's just start with her comment, then we'll back into what Pritzker and Johnson said.
Well, her comment is unimaginably stupid, offensive, and dangerous. The raid she's talking about in Chicago was a brilliantly executed raid against a trained Nicaragua complex filled with TDA terrorists. It was one of the most successful law enforcement operations that we've seen in this country. As you know, Laura, Tren de Aragua is responsible for some of the most gruesome, heinous crimes that have occurred during the Biden administration, like the vicious sexual assault, kidnapping, and slaughter of Jocelyn Nungary.
And I believe I think it was like a few nights ago, I showed you a live of a person who used to work for maintenance on one of these apartment complexes or projects that house these illegals. And he showed that, these guys were going to come in, the Venezuelans would come in, break the doors, and just set up shop or set up their living quarters. Don't pay no rent or nothing. They just go in there, break the doors off there, and just move in. I mean, could you imagine an American doing that and getting away with it? Impossible. But an illegal does it for some reason. I mean, hey, man, they get like a 2-year stretch on it.
Or the stone cold butchering of Lake and Riley. And so these ICE officers, these heroes, saved God knows how many lives by getting these TDA scum out of our country and protecting the lives, by the way, of every single person in that building. A truly remarkable operation, Laura.
Stephen, Governor Pritzker is very upset that you all aren't going after the real problems. Watch.
Trump's invasion force is not going after the worst of the worst, like he said.
Bro, it's about going after the worst and anybody who's here illegally. So we're after both of them. For the dems who want to say, I thought it was going after the criminals. No, it's going after everybody. Anybody who's here illegally without proper documentation gotta go, especially the ones that commit crime. They were just at the top of the list, but trust me, we're working our way down to everybody else, so don't get it twisted.
They're harassing and detaining many people based only on the color of their skin. Tamale vendors, delivery people, people looking for work at Home Depot, and even families just
They're looking for work at Home Depot. I mean, why not just, I don't know, go apply to Home Depot? Oh, because they're not a citizen. I mean, they could just work for, I don't know, man. They could, maybe work for a construction company. Oh, that could work. That could work. They hire illegals there. But then, if you don't got the right guy, they won't hire you. So, why not just send them back to their country where, they have legal status and they can go ahead and get a job there. Oh, I forgot. The cartel runs their stuff. So you run over here and try to find an opportunity. Yeah. Pritzker, I'm sorry, but we're no longer really trying to help these outrun the cartel. Okay. And here's the thing. A lot of these guys come here, work their job and send money. Oh, bro, back home. So I'm not even really sure we can take their asylum claims sometimes. Because if it's so bad, why are you sending money back home? Like Mexico, like Honduras, Venezuela, why are you sending money back home if it's so bad? What are you doing?
Out and about enjoying themselves on a sunny day.
Stephen, clearly your focus are the tamale vendors. That's clearly what you all are trying to get at.
Well, first of all, he uses the term, think about this, he uses the term invasion force. This fool, Governor Pritzker, uses the term invasion.
Shout out your Celeris. He says, conspiracy hour, let's go. And we are almost there. So shout out.
Oops. All are trying to get at.
Well, first of all, he uses the term, think about this, he uses the term invasion force. This fool, Governor Pritzker, uses the term invasion force to describe federal law enforcement. He is adopting the language and the narrative of the paid insurrectionists and the Antifa mobs. The invasion force were the 20 million illegal aliens that Biden flooded into this country, taking our jobs, taking our wages, filling up our hospitals, destroying God knows how many schools, and of course leading to countless rapes, assaults, and murders. That was the invasion force. President Trump was elected on a mandate to turn that invasion back, to send those illegals home. And Governor Pritzker is providing aid and comfort to the riotous mob that is physically assaulting, obstructing, impeding, and attacking ICE officers. And his latest act, declaring that there are no-go zones where federal law enforcement is not permitted, is truly an act of insurrection against the federal government.
Do you anticipate the federal government will cite the Insurrection Act in order to ramp up federal presence and federal presence kept safely in a city like Chicago?
When the mayor of a city and the governor of a state both are echoing that they don't want to follow immigration laws and that they're willing to do whatever they can to stop ICE or to stop the government from upholding the immigration laws, yeah, you can go ahead and invoke the Insurrection Act. I mean, we got two insubordinate leaders forgetting that they're part of the United States. They're not their own damn country.
Well, the president has numerous authorities to ensure public safety and order in our communities. The president has the authority to send in the National Guard. The president has the authority to surge in federal law enforcement. The president has the authority under 287G to deputize officials across the country to engage in immigration and customs enforcement work, and many other tools. And of course, the Insurrection Act is one lawful statutory tool at the president's disposal. I think the most important point to convey tonight, Laura, is that the president is not going to allow American citizens to be raped, murdered, maimed, and
Hey, and shout out to Kingan for sending the 2 jewels, and also cache my memory. I sent yours, but I forgot to shout you out. I just remembered.
killed by illegal alien gangbangers, terrorists, drug dealers, and psychopaths. And we're not going to leave our citizens at the mercy of a Democrat criminal justice system that frees serial repeat offenders to stab women in subways, to break into people's homes and stab little children to death in their beds, and to unleash this reign of terror on our citizens. President Trump is not going to stand for it. That's the bottom line.
Stephen, AOC is you're her favorite target apparently on Instagram. Check this out.
He looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10". And he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10", that he's taking that anger out.
I'm sorry. Height shaming at its max. I thought we don't body shame on the left, but hey, it is what it is. But that he 4'10". I mean, I don't know. He probably looks about 5'6", but 4'10" is hilarious. I mean, damn. Shout out to Hellbat. It's the same way they. Sorry. He said it's the same way they implemented sanctuary cities to embed illegals. They ignored the federal law and now need to be locked up. Simple as that. You know, I remember Tom Homan saying something like, if you get in the way, we'll just lock you up. I mean, like Mayor Johnson, Brandon Johnson. I believe you can get locked up for this. So you might want to stop playing around. Then again, though, you'll have the Dems to try to bail your dumb ass out, going like, he's a martyr, or he's sacrificing his freedom for the illegals. And then they're going to start putting him on the Mexican flag and all the immigration flags as this hero of illegals and people around the world. He might then become like the top globalist or something. All off ICE arresting, or all off him getting arrested by the government for impeding ICE. And this is set to wild speculations, but I mean, hey, it's in the realm of possibility, is it not?
Any other population possible. Like, laugh at them. Laugh at them.
Like, laugh at them. Laugh at them. I wish I had a hoodie on. I mean, are we trying to play sorority sister as elected official? I don't know. I was at a sorority over the weekend over in Texas. I felt like I was back at the sorority house, except they had more sense. Stephen, quick response.
Well, we knew that her brain didn't work. Now we know their eyes don't work. So she is a mess, right? What a train wreck. I
mean, man, ain't say nothing against his policy or nothing. Just said he's 5'10" and he's mad. He has short anger or whatever. I'm just like, sis, what does that have to do with policy? Why are we bro, y'all are childish. Can you grill the man on his policy and not about his height? Like, come on now. Especially, I mean, no offense, women, but like, come on. And it being a woman, like, come on, height shaming. Like, really, don't do that. Don't do that to Steven. He's a good guy.
I think you should just get a hoodie. You should just wear a hoodie from now on and respond to her in a hoodie. It should be hoodie to hoodie. Stephen, thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the important point is that every time she's on TV, Republican approval ratings go up, Democrat approval.
Wait, is he 5'4" or 5'10"? Because if he's 5'10", saying that he's 5'8" is crazy. I'm like, damn. I mean, that's 5'10" ain't short. That is like 1 inch above average height, but like, dang. Oh man, I mean, I guess AOC is one of those girls that if you ain't 6 foot plus, you short.
Ratings go down. That lady is a walking nightmare.
You're about. I know you for 20 years. You're about 5'10", 11. About 5'10", yes. So 4'10". Yes. I don't know what she can say. All right, Stephen, thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Man.
Hey, click here to
disrespected my man's whole life. Called him 4'10". Oh shit. I'm sorry. That was just funny to me though. I don't know why. Just like this 4'10" short guy, he's just mad because he's short. I'm just like, okay, so like what about his policies? Like, I don't have nothing to say about that. Let's just talk about the fact that he's short. Okay.
Officials, the same mountain. But tonight we begin with new developments in the state of Illinois, where left-wing agitators are quite literally waging war against federal immigration officials. The same out in Portland, 100+ nights of violence over the weekend. Federal officers were boxed in by a convoy in Chicago of around 10 vehicles driven by these bad actors. One agitator armed with a semi-automatic weapon even rammed her car into a federal law enforcement vehicle, causing a U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent to have to return fire. And look at your screen. This video, reposted by Assistant DHS Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, shows another vehicular assault on an ICE vehicle. And meanwhile, immigration officials were also surrounded by an angry mob on the ground. But according to a shocking report from our very own Bill Maluzhin, Chicago's patrol chief allegedly refused to allow units to respond, leaving a handful of federal officials on their own for a significant period of time. Now, this is a claim that Chicago's police department and incompetent mayor and governor are denying. But as you can see, it was a scary weekend in and around the Windy City. Threats against ICE agents now up nationwide over 1,000%. Elected Democrats, they keep pouring fuel on the fire. For example, Senator Tammy Duckworth just compared ICE agents to the Gestapo. Take a look.
They lie, right? The Trump administration lies. We have a president who's a known liar, and they have been they've been lying about the situation all along. They are using Gestapo tactics in Chicago, and this is what Trump wants to do.
Hey, and shout out Hellbat. He says, AOC IQ doesn't even reach her height. By the way, she's 5'4", which is, you know what, not that bad. I mean, it's not like she's like 5'1" or 4'10", but hey, you know, I can tell the IQ isn't all the way there. I mean, you know, maybe she does have height IQ. Or you know what? Well, let's just go to room temperature IQ. And room temperature right now is about 55.
Right? He wants to intimidate the people of Chicago. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not the Gestapo. It's the law of our land. Meanwhile, Chicago Mayor, the ever-incompetent Brandon Johnson, claiming that ICE is operating in his city because Republicans, get this, never accepted the results of the Civil War. Not making it up. Decide for yourself.
A couple of years ago, I said very candidly that,
you know, that the Republicans were the ones fighting the slave masters that were on the Democratic Party over slavery. Did you forget that part of history, Brandon? Did you?
the right wing in this country wants a rematch of the Civil War. I want that to sit in right now, because the president of the United States of America has declared war on the people of Chicago and people across America.
Okay, Brandon.
Johnson now declaring, quote, ice-free zones in his city. By the way, a meaningless act thanks to the Supremacy Clause. That would be called the Constitution. Maybe he should read it one day. A move designed to stir anger among his radical base. Naturally, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker can never keep his big mouth shut. He's ignorant and pathetically trying to jump into the fray.
Oh, and shout out to you guys. Kobe didn't reach a goal. Conspiracy hour on the way. Depending on what we do, I might just have to have you guys switch over to Rumble if you can. You know, we might have to do a band documentary for tonight, or I'll see what's going on the alien side of things. But hey, we'll see.
With the classic Democratic take, he's trying to blame Donald Trump for disturbing peace in Chicago. First of all, there is no peace in Chicago. Secondly, President Trump is trying to bring peace to Chicago because he and the mayor and every other elected official refuse to do their job and have law and order and safety and security. Take a look.
They're raiding neighborhoods where instead of going after the bad guys, they're just picking up people who are brown and black and then checking their credentials. Are you a U.S. citizen? They are the ones that are making it a war zone. They need to get out of Chicago if they're not going to focus on the worst of the worst, which is what the president said they were going to do, they need to get the heck out. This
No. We're focusing on everybody. It's not just about the worst of the worst. See, and that's what the Dems like to sell. Oh, I thought it was about locking up criminals. Well, if you really think about it, illegal is in their name, of illegal citizen. I know you like to say undocumented and all that good stuff, but really they're here illegally. So let's just go ahead and get them up out of here. And yes, the ones with high crimes are at the top of the list, but the ones with no crimes who are just here illegally are also on that list. Remember, it's all about immigration enforcement. It's all about getting out all about what 10 to 20 million illegals that cross the border. And here's the wild part about that. Not all of them, of course, not all of them are criminals. We understand that. But I would say violent criminals. They're not violent criminals. But guess what? They still got to go.
Raid at this building is emblematic of what ICE and CBP and the president of the United States, Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino, are trying to do. They want mayhem on the ground. They want to create the war zone so that they can send in even more troops.
Whatever happened to that fake news CNN real-time fact-checking that they were so committed to? Oh, that only applies to Donald Trump. Now, Pritzker was sworn in. Since he's been sworn in, there have been more than 4,000 murders in the city of Chicago. But he's more worried about Donald Trump disturbing the peace in the city of Chicago by sending in law enforcement and following the law and enforcing immigration law, and not the 4,000 Americans that were killed under his watch. He failed to protect innocent people in Chicago, innocent people in Illinois. Of course, this kind of dehumanization against federal officials, it's not going to end well. I pray to God I'm wrong. Keep in mind, according to the DHS secretary, they already face serious threats all across the globe. This is how bad it's getting. Take a look.
I mean, even Tom Homan said he had to move out from his own house because of all the threats that he's getting on his life over what he's doing with immigration. That's the problem. It's like it's from the top down, from Tom Homan to Kristi Noem, all the way down to your regular ICE officer are all getting threats. Everybody's trying to do well. And here's the thing. I mean, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem can't hide behind a mask and protect themselves and protect their identity to protect their families. The ICE agents actually have that opportunity, even though the Dems are trying to take it away from them, or actually they have that right. When the left has proven that you guys want to dox these people to harass their families and maybe entrap them and hurt them, they have every right to wear a mask. At this point, there should be no judgment of ICE agents wearing masks, especially after they were almost shot, especially after you called them terrorists and all that good stuff. Now, the ones who are sensible and the ones who are just had that retarded argument of, oh, no, they shouldn't be able to wear masks, look around. Now, do you understand? Or are you still being naive?
Our intelligence indicates that these people are organized. They're getting more and more people on their team as far as attacking officers, and they're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. Mm-hmm. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. Yep. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation and unprecedented.
And sadly and pathetically, Democrats don't seem to care at all about.
And once they're docs, I mean, honestly, that's the end of their job. I mean, they can't do their job no more, to be quite honest, because their whole family got to get uplifted. Like, bro, a Latin gang member put out a $10,000 hit on you or any member of your family. What are you going to do? And there's another reason why they mask up, because if they don't, some gang member or cartel member could put a hit out on them. So now do you understand why they wear the mask? Are you just going to keep on with this ignorant statement going like they're doing it to hide their identity because they don't want to be seen? They don't want people to know the truth of who they are. It's like, no, they would be happy to take their masks off if you guys wasn't radical idiots.
Any of that. They just want to motivate their radical base, sow chaos, divide the country, and because of a selfish, nonstop, never-ending hatred of Donald Trump and his supporters. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to.
But all right, though, I did see this video last second. This guy Lawrence was going over AOC's video. Let's get into
American casualties in Vietnam were
this
two United States Marines killed together in action in Vietnam on April 29th, 1975. It took 8 increasingly intense years of protest, and the protesters won. That's how that war ended. The protests seemed hopeless for most of those 8 years. But in the end, the United States surrendered in defeat in Vietnam because the anti-war protest movement won. They gradually convinced enough Democratic members of the House.
Or let's be honest, we couldn't fight these guys in their own land. This is basically like a whole Russia and Ukraine situation. Russia being the invading force, getting slaughtered or losing more men because they have home field advantage. And I mean, they had one hell of a home field advantage. I mean, look, when they know the layout of a whole jungle and you're just pulling up there on the trust me, bro, of the operation, trust me, they got an advantage on them. Bro, the Vietnamese had a clear advantage in the Vietnam War, just us invading. It wasn't about the protesters crying. I mean, well, maybe it was. I'm not going to completely discredit that. But let's be real. It was more about us taking heavy losses and not really gaining anything. It really wasn't about the protesters crying in the background.
And Senate to stop funding America's deadliest war since World War II, and Republican President Gerald Ford had to give up. Republican Secretary of State Henry Kissinger complained for the rest of his life that Democrats in Congress would not allow him to continue fighting that war the way he wanted to. Most of the protesters were somber and serious.
I ain't mad at him.
Vietnam veteran John Kerry, who courageously testified to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and delivered the strongest condemnation of that war that the Senate had ever heard. John Kerry would go on to serve.
Yeah, we ain't gonna sit here and make light of the Vietnam War. I mean, it was completely out of hand. I mean, people were acting out of pocket. I mean, even the generals were doing some things they weren't supposed to, the whole napalm and all that good stuff. A lot of things we did that was completely underhanded in that war. So I also understood like why there were protesters, because bro, the war was definitely, one, we shouldn't have been in it. Two, the casualties we took just wasn't worth it at all. And three, of course, once again, we're just losing hella money.
Serve as the chairman of that same Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But there was another side of the protest movement personified by Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, the leaders of what they called the yippies. Almost everyone in the protest movement was a hippie, but the yippies brought a captivating silliness to everything they did. TV news cameras loved the yippies' antics at protests, including the day the yippies surrounded the Pentagon, promising to levitate it. Yeah. And then there were the flower children, the mellowest of hippies.
They must have been some strong acid to say that one. We'll sit around there, we'll be high off LSD, and maybe, just maybe, we'll levitate the Pentagon. Oh man.
Stop it. Get some help.
Gave the world a different perspective on the National Guard troops who were called out by President Richard Nixon to intimidate protesters. This is one of the most powerful images of the entire era of protest, an anonymous flower child placing a flower in the barrel of a soldier's rifle. The flower turned out to be more powerful than the rifle. The flower won. Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin laughed at Richard Nixon. They laughed at Henry Kissinger. They laughed at the federal judge who presided over their trial, known as the trial of the Chicago 7. They laughed at the judge who would be legally empowered to send them to prison, and they turned him into a small man, a small, petty man who, as it happened, never got the chance to send them to prison. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saw none of that. She was born 14 years after the last American military soldiers those Marines were killed in Vietnam. But she has had an idea that the yippies and the flower children would like. Laugh at them, make them small.
I think it was
Tom
my
Homan,
age.
who was the acting director of ICE, who was later allegedly reported to be.
I mean, yeah, AOC, like, well, yeah, my age group. She like 35 years old. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty close. And the problem is with AOC is that, let's be real. Let's look at AOC's work. And in her own district, high crime. I mean, instead of fixing her district, she's around the world. She's flying on a private jet with Bernie Sanders fighting the oligarchy on a private jet.
Taking $50,000 in cash in kava bags, whatever, allegedly, according to some of this reporting. This guy is a joke. He is, I am using clean language on this live, but this guy is a joke. Kristi Noem is a joke. J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States, went behind a podium and went, boo-hoo-hoo, the shutdown is AOC's fault. As though this man isn't vice president of the United States.
No. We're making fun of the fact that it seems like you're in control. It seems like you're captain now, AOC. I'm be quite honest with you. Like, bro, the way you, like, I ain't gonna lie, the way you laid in on Chuck Schumer for the first CR bill, let's not pretend like you didn't shake the things up. You almost got the entire left to go against Chuck Schumer. So to be honest, you can't sit here and pretend like you don't got sway. And I hate to admit it, but she got sway in the Democratic Party. And I know we don't like her, and she's probably the most radical of them, but she's their superstar. At the end of the day, I mean, probably not a presidential candidate, but most likely will be a VP for sure. VP for sure. Probably going to give her the Kamala Harris treatment. You know, she's there just as a colored woman, and she's just going to smile and make outrageous claims, and there you go. It's a simple job as a VP. If God forbid that ever became reality, well, you know what? I don't even want to think about that.
States of America. You know what I have to say to that? You look like a clown back there. You're the second most powerful person in this country, and you're crying about me? And you're blaming the whole government shutdown on me?
No, we said Dems. Dems. The whole government shut down on Dems. Not just you. That's just you being a narcissist. I'm gonna be honest with this. She's a real life narcissist for actually making this claim. It's all about me. Me. Why is it always me? It's not you. We said we're willing to work with other Dems. We're just making fun of the fact that it seems like all the Dems is following your lead. So yes, we're not saying, oh, it's all about you. No, we're saying that I ain't gonna lie. This shutdown does seem like it was inspired by you, that people are kind of going off your energy.
LOL, my guy. Like, laugh at them. Make them small. These people do this in order to make themselves feel powerful. Because deep down inside, they feel and know how small they are. And in order for a small person to feel big, they have to crush someone else. And like that is what their whole political identity is all about. It is about this forced supremacy that is based on nothing because they feel and know how small they actually are. The point is that they are scrapping and grasping at straws because
Notice how she giving the Dems no arguments, no nothing. I mean, she's not even giving the constituent or her fans an argument against us. She's just saying, no, just shame them. Don't debate them. Don't, because Lord knows you guys can't do that. They'll just cook you. They might draw you onto their side. So to avoid that, we just want y'all to shame them. Shame them. Don't speak to them. Just tell them that they should be ashamed of themselves, and hopefully we can get them onto our side. I mean, yes, let's work through the negative emotion of shame. Smart idea, guys.
Because they have nothing else. Laugh at them. Stephen Miller is a clown. I've never seen that guy in real life, but he looks like he's like 4'10".
Dang, I mean, she'd be pretty surprised to figure out when Stephen Miller pull up, he's gonna tower over her, which is absolutely funny. I mean, hey, she got him 4'10". I mean, well, like I said, he would tower over you, sweetheart. That's just the reality of it. But 4'10", that 4'10" comment is funny.
And
because let's be honest, like the type of guys he's standing around, he be standing around like 6 foot plus dudes, so he do be looking short among them.
He looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10". And he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10", that he's taking that anger out at any other population possible. Like, laugh at them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Stephen Miller was mad about his height and trying to get back at people. I don't think he choose Mexicans, to be quite honest with you. You know, seeing that they're not the tallest people. If that was the case, I think he'd be on black people's ass instead of the Hispanics. But you know, if this was all about him being short,
laugh at them. Also, someone said short kings are great. Absolutely. I'm not here. I want to absolutely make sure that I talk about that. I'm not here to make fun of anyone's anything.
But you did.
But the way people overcompensate over their own stories is what I'm talking about there. One of the most powerful cultural things that you can do to a political movement that is predicated on the puffery of insecure masculinity. That's what this is about. This isn't, people talk about toxic masculinity more than, it's like, let's put that to the side for just 1 second. This is about insecure masculinity. And one of the best ways that you can dismantle a movement of insecure men is by making fun of them.
Oh my God. You really think y'all gonna shame us or make fun of us? Y'all don't even have that good of jokes. Like, let's be real. You just called the man short. You didn't really give us a banger there, sweetheart. So if that's the plan, we just make fun of them, I'm just gonna have to look at you dead in your eyes and be like, I don't care. Like, bro, if you guys think that your jokes will make us like upset, I'm be quite honest with you guys. Like, nobody cares that much. Like, be real with you guys. Nobody cares what you guys have to say that much. Honestly, especially on the shaming part.
We do not care.
Having secure men.
Actually, you even like, does she even know that the whole shaming part is gonna get them ignored? That's all it does. Like, you don't really do anything to us. Think about the people who try to shame me in the chat. What happens to you guys? You get ignored or you get banned or you get put in timeout. You didn't do anything. You didn't move the needle. You didn't do what AOC said. I mean, I know. Here's the thing. I'm not insecure, so you're kind of using, like, y'all say we're insecure, but I mean, we're moving pretty securely in our beliefs. I mean, look at ICE. Look at what Trump's doing. I mean, we're pretty secure in our decisions. I mean, it sounds like you're the party of insecurity because y'all don't even know who y'all leader is. We know who our leaders are. What about you?
Who aren't afraid of successful people around them, who are good dads, who have strong values.
I mean, considering that the Republicans or conservatives are the one that love free market, that's all about picking yourself up by the bootstraps, that's all about family. Yes, I think you thought about the wrong party.
Around them, who are good dads, who have strong values, also participating in that as well.
Strong values. I mean, you mean the same liberal guys that's okay with children mutilating themselves? I don't know about that. I mean, shoot, look at one of y'all top liberals like Destiny. Does he exhibit strong values? Of course he doesn't. Y'all know that. So I'm not saying that there's no liberal guy out there that don't exhibit strong values. But y'all top runners, though, no, not at all. Let's be quite honest. I mean, AOC, are you married? Are you married with a husband and children? Trump is. I mean, Stephen Miller most likely is. That's just a conservative way. I mean, damn near all of Trump's party is married with kids and all that good stuff. What about you? I mean, do you own a business? No, but I know Trump, Scott Bessent. I mean, a lot of the guys on Trump's party own businesses or run a hedge fund. So you're talking about the people who are of good stock, good family values, good values altogether. I mean, that doesn't reflect in your party. Be quite honest with you. Actually, it sounds like you guys actually hate the people who represent that. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. All right, guys, let's go to the next video. Whoops.
I want to bring in Arlette Saenz to join us. Arlette, what are the facts here and what are Democrats saying to this?
Well, really right now, what we are hearing from both Speaker Mike Johnson and Democratic leadership is them engaging in this messaging war over who is to blame for this current shutdown. What Republicans are arguing is that they believe that any negotiations about extending those expiring Obamacare subsidies, which is really central to Democrats' arguments and demands, that those discussions can't happen until the government is reopened. And as Speaker Johnson pointed out, they believe that this—
All right, I did want to get to the polling of this. Let's get to the polling. This guy.
This blame game. I mean, you're hearing these messaging wars, right, Harry? Walk us through what the numbers are saying about who Americans are blaming right now.
Yeah, I just saw the speaker up there trying to place the blame on Democrats, but I got to be honest with you, you look at the polling data and they simply put not buying Speaker Johnson's arguments. What are we talking about? Well, why don't we just blame more for the 2025 shutdown? Normally, when you see Republican on the screen, that's a good thing because they're leading. But in this case, it's a bad thing because more Americans are blaming him for the shutdown. And you can see it's a sweep across the board. You look at the New York Times poll. blame Republicans more by 7 points. How about the CBS?
I mean, New York Times, mostly liberal. CBS, mostly liberal.
CBS poll came out yesterday. Blame Republicans more by 9 points. How about the Marist University poll? Blame Republicans more by 12 points. And then the Washington Post poll takes the cake, blaming
All
Republicans.
right, that's probably a little bit more in the middle. That's a bit more in the middle. I can kind of take that. But yeah, most of these are left-leaning polls. But okay, though, we'll take it as, I guess they want us to take it as fact. But here's the problem, though. And like I said, the Dems lack consistency in their argument. Because I'll always sit there and tell them, and none of them ever know what to say when I hit them with this of, okay, well, when Trump took blame last time and he was the demanding party and he shut down the government, everybody was okay with that. Everybody understood it, right? But all of a sudden, now the Dems are doing the same thing Donald Trump is doing, holding up a bill because they wanted added funding. All of a sudden, somehow it's still the Republicans' fault. Like, that doesn't make sense, and you're not being consistent. If you're being consistent, you have to put it on the Dems because, well, last time Trump was a demanding party, now the Dems are. So no, Dems, you guys are the ones who want to add stuff. It's either you're going to fight harder to get it on there or you're going to concede and just sign the bill. Like, what are you guys doing? And don't sit here and try to blame Republicans because all you're doing is try to put pressure on them to concede to y'all demands.
Republicans more by 17 points. You average it all together, and we're talking about a double-digit margin in which more Americans are blaming the Republicans than the Democrats. Now, perhaps that shouldn't be so surprising to students of history. Why? Because we've had a number of shutdowns in the past. And which party almost always...
Oh, somebody asked me the dumb question of, how is polling methodology politically leaning? Who mainly reads New York Times? Leftists. Who mainly watches CBS or reads CBS News? Left. Washington Post. Left. This guy right here in the middle, I do not know too much about. I'll be quite honest with you. But the other three, I know they are left-leaning news publications, just like CNN is left-leaning. MSNBC is left-leaning. I mean, you didn't think that polling could be left-leaning, like depending on who puts out the poll? Let me tell you an accurate reading of a right-wing. Let's say they asked the Daily Mail. Let's say the Daily Mail did a poll because they're right wing. Let's say the New York Post did a poll because they're right wing, and mostly right wing people read them. So if you're putting a poll out on a newspaper like the New York Times or a story in the New York Times or even on their webpage, you put a poll on there, it's mostly left leaning people who are going to see it. I mean, there's a few right leaning people like myself who's going to see it because I sit there and I read them every now and then. I read all sides of media. So, yes, that is how a poll can be politically leaning, depending who set up the poll.
There basically always seems to get blamed. It's the Republican Party that always seems to get blamed, whether it's the 95-96 shutdowns, 2013, or the 2018-2019 shutdowns. And more importantly, what I think is so important is we are still at the beginning of this shutdown, right? What happens right now in the polling may not necessarily hold going forward. But historically speaking, what we've actually seen is that the party that gets blamed at the start of the shutdowns, 95, 96, 2013, 2018, 2019.
Yeah, 2018, 2019, Trump shut it down over a poll because he wanted something. In 2013, the Democrats shut it down because they wanted something. They wanted something. Every time they shut the government down because they had demands. And they were the one to end it. Once I guess they got their demands, or at least negotiated on the demands. So, yeah, now it's switched up. The demanding party is the Dems, but they don't want to take the blame. But every time the GOP was the demanding party, they took the blame. It's like literally the Dems have no accountability, none at all. And I mean, they got like people who watch them who are so brainwashed even to sit there, look at what I just tell them, and be like, no, it's still their fault. I'm like, oh, brother, like, come on, dog, come on.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Is the same party that gets blamed by the end of the shutdown.
Oh,
so at this point,
my bad. Let me go ahead and get to some super chats. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He said Twitch CEO appearing before Congress today. Yeah, he got a lot to talk about. I mean, the fact that he let Hassan Parker, bro, let him say this, most of the stuff he do is a bit wild. But then he's taking off people for saying, I mean, way less than what they've let Hassan Parker get away with. And shout out Tove. I keep suggesting Chat GPT to get new insults. I keep suggesting. I'm done. Well, hey, man. Hopefully, know what? You know who has good insults? Grok Unhinged. Grok Unhinged will give you some crazy insults you ain't never heard in your life. Shout out to Hellbat. By the way, all of these polls had Trump losing 10%. I mean, exactly. Like, people don't understand that there is such thing as politically leaning polls. And I mean, but okay though. Hey, you learn something new every day, right, guys? So it is what it is.
More Americans are blaming the Republicans than the Democrats, and historically speaking, those margins have tended to hold.
That's interesting. So how many Americans dislike both sides here? You show the Republican side that right now Americans are blaming Republicans, but overall, what about both sides?
Yeah, okay. So, we're talking, we saw the margins, right here where more folks are blaming Republicans than Democrats. But of course, what about people who don't like either side, right? What about this? So blame more for the shutdown. Look, you got Republicans at 39%, Democrats at 27%, but both sides equally, we're talking about a third of the American people, basically 30% on the average poll, who are blaming both sides equally. So this is not a case in which the American public is loving the arguments that Democrats are putting forward. It's more that they hate the Republicans more. And if given a choice, what we're really talking.
That's what I'm telling you. It's like, bro, there's no logic behind it at this point of blaming the Republicans. There's really no logic. When you apply logic to it, you literally have to blame the Dems. And the Dems aren't giving out good arguments. They talk about healthcare premiums, about the Obamacare subsidies. They made it seem like they were going to end in 2 weeks, but they don't end in 2 months. Actually, December 31st. So we got over 2 months. And the next CR bill was going to be before that. So they'd have had time to get in those Obamacare subsidies and approve them. So that's a non-argument. But they don't want to tell you about the $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. You want to sit here and argue about healthcare premium, which is a red herring because it don't even matter. It doesn't pertain to this argument or this CR bill right now.
Talking about is a majority of or a large portion of the American public who don't like really either side in this situation. So the American people, I think, kind of just feel like losers in this situation.
Is there any indication why Americans are more likely to blame Republicans for a shutdown, even if historically, as you showed in those numbers, it hasn't always been the Republicans in charge, but yet they still get the blame? Any indication why?
Yeah, look, I think what's so important to recognize here is that, look, historically speaking, Republicans get the blame, but also what are we talking about? I think at this particular point, we're seeing who is instigating the shutdown and whether or not this thing is really going to last for a long period of time. And what I'll just say in this situation, what Americans want pre-shutdown, what we're talking about is 49% now in 2025 say they want their side to stand on principle. So we really have both sides locked in versus historically people want compromise, but now we're really split. So I expect this thing to just go on and on and on.
Yeah.
And as a result, you have federal workers who won't potentially get, their paychecks, and this could really impact Americans. All right, Harrington, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, though. That was, shout out to that. Well, at least I got to finally explain how these polls low-key are biased, even though somebody didn't really want to accept the answer. They're like, don't put words in my mouth. I'm like, bruh, you made a statement, you got proven wrong, and instead of just accepting it, you want to talk about don't put words in my mouth. Man, I mean, some of y'all do really need to grow up. But all right, guys, let's get right back into it. And yes, we are on the left side of media.
We start with breaking news and the extraordinary power struggle playing out among the president, states, and the courts. Illinois just sued the Trump administration to prevent the deployment of...
Actually, I do want to play this clip before we get into this. So shout out to one of the clips of the night. Shout out to this young man right here. What? Oh, whoops.
Nobody is confused, right?
There we go.
Black people in Chicago, let's get this clear for the record so nobody is confused, right? In 2020 and 2021, when Democrats, specifically Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, flooded Chicago with the illegal, undocumented criminal invaders, y'all didn't have nothing to say about that, right? When the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, gave them benefits, millions, prepaid EBT cards with $10,000 on it, prepaid Visa cards, 6 months worth of free rent, free healthcare, free childcare. Y'all were okay with that. And then you all continue to be okay with it by going out and voting for Kamala Harris to continue what she was doing with the open borders, right? Now that ICE is there to actually do something about it, right? With Trump's mandate, now you all are boohoo, whining and crying, complaining that ICE is coming to black neighborhoods. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Where else are they supposed to go when that's where y'all allowed them to go? You see, Democrats didn't put these illegals in Oak Brook or Oak Park, or Evanston in any of the white neighborhoods, yet you got the white liberals downtown protesting to keep those people there because they know that they're in black neighborhoods. And y'all goofy. Y'all falling for this. Y'all voted for Kamala Harris, and now y'all are protesting ICE coming to black neighborhoods to remove these criminal invaders.
Yep.
Y'all are calling ICE racist for coming to the black neighborhoods. Well, why are they coming to the black neighborhoods? Because that's where you all allowed them to go.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of people don't like to see that. And then the thing is, it's so crazy. There's literally people who say, you're black. How could you vote for Donald Trump? I mean, the Democrats have acted against black people's interests for years. What the fuck do you expect? And excuse my language, but literally, like what this man said is real. Bro, white liberals in their nice and rich white neighborhoods will come down into the hood and protest to stop ICE from coming into these black neighborhoods to clean up the immigration problem. And you expect us to vote for you guys consistently. But and that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of y'all don't know what's going on. You just hate Trump. That's it. Like you have no logic to sit there and shame black people. You just hate Trump. And those people who even want to try to shame black people for voting for Trump, you don't know the problems of the black community. And some of y'all are most like, oh man, I mean, never mind. I'm not going to say the last part, but we'll just get back to the show on that note.
Of Texas National Guard troops to the city of Chicago, a move Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker labeled a, quote, Trump invasion. And the city's Democratic mayor, Brandon Johnson, just signed an executive order establishing, quote, ICE-free zones on city property after a week of ramped-up immigration enforcement and tense anti-ICE protests.
We need ICE out of our city so that we can continue to focus on the strategies that have been working to drive violent crime down. ICE lies and people die. We cannot allow this to continue. We must take action.
Name one lie that ICE told. Nobody would ever try. Like, all right, name one lie that they told. Here's the problem. This dude never debates nobody. He never sits there and give no answers. That's why I don't even know how he was even elected. But hey, he'll literally sit there and just be like, yep, ICE lies. Well, can you name one lie they told? No, but you're the one lying and you're the one trying to keep these illegals in your city. Somebody should check this man's bank account, because why are you protecting these people above your own people?
More drastic than what we have taken before, because what we are seeing is a more radical attempt to undermine our democracy.
It means more critical legal battles on the president's crime crackdown after a chaotic 48 hours of emergency rulings in Portland. There, a Trump-appointed judge twice blocked the White House from deploying troops from Oregon to other states to the city and accused the administration of seeking to circumvent her orders. I'm joined right now by a terrific group of reporters who cover all of these issues in depth, including Seungmin Kim, who covers the White House for the Associated Press and also been covering immigration for so many years. So, Seungmin, take us inside the White House, how they're viewing this moment, because Trump is getting slapped down by the courts, but they're trying to figure out other ways to circumvent what the courts are saying. They're not backing down here.
They're certainly not backing down. I mean, this is...
Yeah, here's the thing, though. When they talk about the courts, they're not talking about the Supreme Court. I mean, these district courts have honestly no precedent on what the president can do, to be quite honest. That's why everything is going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has to be the one to tell Trump, okay, this is unconstitutional, this is not. Well, yeah, this is unconstitutional, this is within the Constitution. Yeah, it's up to them. And let's be real. Every time it goes to the Supreme Court, this is why the libs low-key been hating on the Supreme Court, is because they've been ruling in Trump's favor every single time. And then Dems will go like, listen to the courts, listen to the courts. Yeah, we do. We listen to the Supreme Court. And they're above y'all radical district judges. They're above y'all activist judges, by the way. So let y'all know that right now. So cool. Your little district court want to block Portland, want to block ICE into Portland. Well, guess what? That's unconstitutional. They can't do that. So if you want to take it to the Supreme Court, or I believe even the appeal court should be able to throw that one away. But if they want to take it to the Supreme Court, it would just be something that's going to be accepted, just like the deportation, the protection status of Venezuelans being stripped. Y'all thought Trump couldn't do it then. You think Trump can't do this? If you think that if Trump can go ahead and get the go ahead on, okay, yeah, you can go ahead and strip the protective deportation status of Venezuelans, you don't think you can get the go ahead and go into Portland with ICE? Like, really think about that.
I mean, they believe that the president has extreme power to dispatch these troops into these cities that he views as lawless. You know, my question for the White House is, how far does this power actually go? How far do they think they can go, particularly when they are seeing resistance from the courts? To get a handle into the White House thinking, I was really struck by a stream of social media posts from Stephen Miller.
And that's the thing. They expect these courts to stop them, and they're not. Like I said, and the courts, and here's the thing. They like to make the people think that Trump is just, oh, he's saying F the court system and all that. No, Trump just don't listen to these courts. You don't listen to no court but the Supreme Court. District court, federal court, appeals court. I mean, yeah, if you lose an appeals, he send it straight to the Supreme Court. So that's the only court that Trump honestly has to listen to be honest with you. He has to listen to the Supreme Court. So you guys talking about he don't follow what the courts do. That's actually a lie. Every time the Supreme Court does a ruling, he's abide by it.
Of the president's top aides who's overseeing Homeland Security. And he says the president has, quote, undisputed authority under the law and the Constitution to essentially protect federal property that's coming, he says, under assault by these protesters. But looking at the reports from the ground, you know, looking at how the AP reporters on the ground are describing it, I mean, obviously there have been times when the protests have flared up back in June, but these have been relatively small. You know, these are nightly demonstrations that have been, you know, no more than a few dozen people. And that's also the rationale cited by the Trump appointed judge in her rulings when she ruled against the administration.
Yeah, the judge is Karen Immergut. She's a U.S. District Judge from the District of Oregon. She was appointed by Trump.
District Judge, like I said, it's going to go to Supreme Court. They're going to allow it because, let's be real, you can't really tell Trump that he can't enforce immigration laws. So, I mean, I don't know how that's going to stand.
In 2019, she was actually confirmed by the Senate by a voice vote back then. She's a long-standing, she's worked for Chief Justice Roberts, George W. Bush, and the like. You can see there on your screen some of her background. But Stephen Miller, as Sungmin was just referring to, among the things he was tweeting about this weekend was about this judge, calling it a, quote, legal insurrection. That was the words from the president's, one of his aides.
Yeah, and when
insurrection. What? That was the words from.
Let's see. Judge Karen, U.S. District Court for the District of Oregon, appointed by Trump in 2019, confirmed by voice vote in Senate, recently appointed to the FISA courts by Chief Justice Roberts, appointed by George W. Bush to be U.S. Attorney in Oregon and prosecutor on Ken Starr's investigation of Clinton. But who's to say, though? Because I'm going to be honest with you, you know, when you see judges like this kind of go the other way, just think Soros. That's all I got. Think Soros. You know, let's just do a conspiracy hour on Soros, because a lot of people don't know about this man Soros for real. So yeah, think Soros, because Soros will buy these judges, make sure he keeps them nice and funded so they can win their seats and all that good stuff, or still hold favor within their political sphere, and you know, pretty much just go against Trump or just go against Republicans. Yeah, a lot of these judges can be paid to go in the other direction, but because every time I see this, look, check their bank account, check their donors, and you'll see a Soros connection. Because I mean, she's been appointed by Republicans, but let's be real though, she's literally going against immigration. Like, it don't make sense.
One of his aides.
Yeah, and when you talk about the type of language that could be problematic, that could bring unintended consequences to our judges. I think that's among them, because insurrection is a crime. It's a serious crime in America. And so I think as we continue to talk about political rhetoric and how it could lead to violence, I think there's room to be concerned about exactly the phrasing used when we're talking about judges' orders. But also, even that phrasing is a distraction when you actually look at what the judge said to Sungmin's point, which is that she believes the Trump administration is using false pretexts to justify sending the National Guard into cities. And I think that's really what the Trump administration needs to reckon with, is why are they really sending the National Guard in? And is it legal?
Oh, well, yeah, they are. Okay, my bad. I guess I got the argument a bit wrong. Well, yeah, he can't send a National Guard in because Portland police have on over the radio stated that they are not to help ICE. And ICE is supposed to rely on local law enforcement. Local law enforcement is supposed to back up ICE. When they've been told not to back up ICE, then you allow the president to, well, use the National Guard to back ICE up. When you guys sit there and say, oh, don't let the law enforcement help them. Nope, no sheriff, no nothing. Let ICE do what they do. All right, cool. When they bring in the National Guard, don't say nothing because y'all didn't want to help them. Like, I have no idea what else what to say. Why don't you guys just use your law enforcement, help ICE do their job, and let them get up out of there and on to the next one? Instead, you guys want to protest. You guys want to make sure they don't have enough people. You want to keep the local police out of the areas that ICE is helping with. So, yeah, y'all brought this on yourselves. I don't know why anybody's even feeling bad for these, well, honestly, these cities.
Yeah, and those are all key questions. Also, the key question is, how do Democrats respond? We saw this lawsuit that has now just been filed by Illinois. Of course, Democrats run Illinois. J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor there, has been out front on this. Gavin Newsom, too, pushing back after they got involved over the weekend as Trump tried to send the National Guard there into Oregon as well. Trump got pushed. The administration got rejected by the courts at the moment on that. Gavin Newsom tweeted, "This is a breathtaking abuse of the law and power by the president of the United States."
District courts, not Supreme Court, district courts. And you know what? I mean, all these guys are about to have the most sorriest day in history when the Supreme Court says, yes, Trump can do it. Yes, Trump can do it. Yes, Trump can do it. And he just steamrolls right into there. Like I said, they're holding ground now through district courts. And that's all they can do is kick and scream in the court. But when it goes to the Supreme Court and it goes in Trump's favor, then, I mean, honestly, this is where everything just falls apart for them. And this is where the whole argument of, Joe, Trump is disobeying the court. No, he follows the Supreme Court. He just not beholden to the district court. That's what you guys honestly want. You want the president to be beholden to the district courts, and that's just not the way our country works. Supreme Court, sure, but district, no.
America is on the brink of martial law.
I mean, shoot, they can temporarily block it, but I mean, trust me, they can't stop it.
Do not be silent. That's what he said on Sunday night. What do you make of the Democrats' handling of this issue? Because, of course, crime, immigration have been issues that have tripped them up year cycle after cycle. But this moment, it's a little bit different.
They seem to be racing to challenge Trump, and that seems to be the bigger imperative, to sort of show strength in confronting Trump as opposed to addressing some of these issues that at the margins they talk about. There's, I believe, the mayor in Memphis has talked about sort of a little bit more of a law and order approach. Of course, he's also out there sort of questioning whether or not the authorities are there for the National Guard deployment there. So it seems like every time we have this conversation, you toss to Gavin Newsom. We have a Gavin Newsom soundbite or tweet and a J.B. Pritzker soundbite or tweet, which tells me they want to talk about it. And I think that tells us something going forward in this entire confrontation between Trump and the courts, Trump and the Democrats, Trump and Congress, which I think we'll get to in another block. But there are certain Democrats that have figured out how to harness this energy, and they seem to be relishing the conflict, if not the overall contours of the fight.
I know this show is inside politics, and of course we're talking about the politics of it all, but particularly in a city like Chicago, if you're really talking about the crime in the city and the root causes of crime in the city of Chicago, which even its leaders know that it is a problem, they've been working to address it. It's not related to ICE and immigration enforcement, not directly. We're talking about young Black men, often in Black neighborhoods, that are the victims and the perpetrators of most of the crime, that the murders, the homicide race that gets a lot of the attention. And so I really hope and would wish that the Trump administration listen to and censure the people that are actually on the ground, boots on the ground, trying to address this, because they're not saying send National Guard to ICE facilities. They're saying give us the resources in the programming and the funding to really get to what we know are the root causes of crime in our city.
And one of the real issues is that
I mean, yeah, but we also got to get to the immigration problem as well, that a lot of these liberal states have allowed to happen. So the root cause they're not willing to address. I mean, they're not even willing to address the crime in the area. So of course they're not willing to address the immigration problem in their area. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you want us to trust people who's let an ongoing problem run on for years, and then we're just supposed to expect them to do it all of a sudden? Yeah, no, sorry. I mean, the Dems have lost the trust of most of the American people to run their own places, to be quite honest.
There may not be coordination between what's happening on the ground with these, especially with Brandon Johnson, the Democratic mayor, essentially saying that not to cooperate with these federal law enforcement. That has significant ramifications about when these troops are on the ground, how they're going to respond to what they're seeing.
How they're going to respond, what kind of information they're getting from federal officials. We know the Oregon governor has been on the phone with the White House. But yes, there's this just really just tense clash, particularly between blue cities and blue states and this administration. And I want to go back to what you were talking about with Hans and talking about the president's relative strength when it comes to crime and immigration and the Democrats' relative weaknesses on those issues.
And
That is true.
Before you continue, I just want to show viewers the poll on that issue. 48-47 Trump approval, disapproval on the issue of crime. Better than most issues right now. But then the question about sending the National Guard to big cities, that's a different question because a lot of voters, a majority of voters, according to this poll, believe he's gone too far. 53% say he's gone too far.
Right. That was the point I was going to make. If you look at the actual tactics and what nonpartisan polling says, Americans do oppose these tactics. Now, does public sentiment deter the administration? I'm not quite sure because, as we've discussed, this has been a long time coming, particularly from those who are among his closest aides now.
Yeah. Neither of those polls are blowouts either. Those are both very close. And when the White House sees close polls like that, they think it's an issue they can win, especially when they revert to what they always do, which is Trump's gut.
Right.
And the president is convinced that this is an issue that favors him. And I suspect, therefore, we'll keep seeing it in the news and him being aggressive on it. But what struck me about those polls is just how close they are.
Yeah.
The gone too far, though, number was 52%. And that number is just increasing.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, you're talking to people, one, who don't live in these areas, to be quite honest with you. You don't know the immigration problem in these areas. You don't know the crime problem in these areas. But y'all speaking from the ivory tower, trying to shame Trump for his way of trying to solve it. Like I said, it's like the most pathetic thing you can do as a human being in my position. That's why it's hard for me sometimes to respect these guys on the left, because y'all guys speak from these ivory towers thinking that you know what's going on at the bottom, but you don't. I mean, you see the young black man I had to bring up right there, letting them know, like, yo, you black liberals sound retarded. How you all just gonna sit there and champion these immigrants coming in? Yeah, they took y'all jobs, they ran down y'all apartment complexes, and then you want to sit there and get mad at Donald Trump for trying to fix it? I mean, so what? You're just on a path towards self-destruction then. Just F it.
As the skirmishes between the blue cities and states and the White House continues.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like he's gaining support as he continues to push to send the National Guard into cities where they do not want him to do so.
And I suspect as we get closer to
I mean, it is, bro. I don't really care what they want. It's what got to be done. It's like, I don't care about a bunch of little ass kids who want to go against Trump and cry about, oh no, Trump would have put in the National Guard and military. I don't care. I care about the safety of the people than a bunch of crying ass Dems. I'll be so honest with you. That's all I literally hear is crying from the Dems. I don't respect it because they don't know what's going on in these places. They don't know how immigration is hurting the black community. And it offends me the most. Because these are the same people that will sit here and try to call Donald Trump racist or try to say Donald Trump is against black people, but he's doing more for them right now than the Dems ever have. That's the problem. Y'all will literally sit there and try to bash this man, but we've been asking y'all to do this for years. We've been asking y'all to help out our community for years, but instead what you do, you flood it with a whole bunch of fucking immigrants and ask us to smile about it. Then tell us to defend y'all behind it. Like, what is wrong with y'all? But all right, let's go to conspiracy hour, because I guess politics got me a little bit heated for tonight because of that BS. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Let's go to one of these new channels that I've been getting into, the Conspiracy Files. See how he does.
On May 23rd, 2008, Jeffrey Epstein wrote his accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell an email and asked her, question, which one do you prefer, lewd and lascivious conduct or procuring minors for... To which Ghislaine Maxwell responded matter-of-factly, saying, I suppose lewd and lascivious conduct. I would prefer lewd and lascivious conduct with a... if possible. And remember, to this very day, Ghislaine is still claiming to public officials here in America that she is an innocent woman. Recently, Bloomberg News published the results of their months-long investigation into it.
See, statements like this, statements like Eric Smith right here. I'm sorry, bro, but I have to grill you. I'm pretty sure you're coming from a good place because you're like, these immigrants are hardworking individuals that take jobs away from people in my community, you stupid asshole. Sorry, but yes, you're a stupid ass. Because instead of sitting there looking deeper into the problem, you're so fucking surface level. All you see is Trump hatred. All you see is, oh, Trump going against immigrants. No, you don't see the good of it and be like, you know, he needs to take these immigrants so these black people can have more economic opportunity. And there isn't more people adding into the crime statistic in those high crime areas. This is why I say you guys don't know what the F you're talking about. And you just blinded by your hatred of Trump that you're willing to throw away an entire community that you say you're for.
Treasure trove of over 18,000 emails sent and received by an email address owned and operated by none other than Jeffrey Epstein. And the contents of these emails is not only shocking, but it's deeply revealing. And it exposes the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell recently lied directly to officials in the Trump administration during her recent completely interview with Todd Blanche. And today we're going to examine those leaked emails, and I'm going to tell you exactly what they tell us. You see, in the shadowy corridors of power, wealth, and depravity, few figures loom as large and as enigmatic as Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted whose life was a tapestry woven from multi-million-dollar deals, elite friendships, and the systemic of over 1,000 young children, according to the U.S. Justice Department. And these emails that were recently obtained by Bloomberg News provide a window into the mind of an absolute bona fide psychopath. These 18,000 emails.
Bobby, now I got to grill you too? You too, Bobby, I have to grill? So when these immigrants come in and they work at these restaurants, illegally, by the way, couldn't black people have worked in those restaurants? When they come in and work on these construction sites, on these operations to fix cities around these low-income cities, because they don't really want to give them the shit for education, but they're willing to fix the city, to fix the roads every now and then, and they use a whole bunch of illegals. Don't you think it could have been black people working those jobs? Like, bro, factories. Don't you think the factories in that area, even close to in the inner cities, they fill up with illegals? Don't you think that black people could have been used those jobs and bring that money into our community instead of these guys taking a job and sending their money overseas? That's what I'm saying. You guys don't know nothing. You don't know nothing past the hatred of Trump, and you don't know the struggles of these communities at all.
Were taken from Jeffrey Epstein's personal Yahoo account and were obtained and
I'm like, bro, stop thinking so surface level. Think a little bit more deeply about this. This is how I know some of y'all must come from a really rich upbringing to have these arguments and not think any deeply about it. Like, think deeper.
Meticulously vetted by Bloomberg News through cryptographic analysis, metadata scrutiny, and corroboration with external sources, as confirmed by 4 independent experts. And reading through these emails gave me a sense of profound unease and yet at the same time revelation. There are some really shocking details revealed in these emails, and it seems to me like nobody's talking about this. I mean, this video is going to blow your mind. These emails, spanning from 2002 to 2022, but most active between 2005 and 2008, offer an unfiltered portal into Epstein's mind. The messages are riddled with typos, unfinished thoughts, and missing punctuation, yet they're brimming with chilling details that expose his idiosyncrasies, his indignation during investigations, and his callous disregard for the young women and children that he exploited. These emails, now that they've been exposed, also dismantle the carefully constructed, false narrative provided by Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's longtime associate and convicted accomplice, who's currently serving that 20-year prison sentence after her 2021 jury conviction for recruiting and women for Epstein's and the abuse of other rich and powerful men. Ghislaine Maxwell, since the start of this whole thing, has persistently tried to distance herself from the affair, portraying her role as that of a one-time girlfriend turned mere property manager.
Hey, and shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, take my money. Hey, shout out to my man Fox Chase. Long time no see, brother. And oh my goodness. It's like, sorry, I have to grill somebody again. He's like, you're shallow as fuck for thinking that Dems are trying to hire illegals over blacks. I never said that. I never freaking said that. Actually, some of the worst perpetrators are these corporate Republicans or conservatives on the farms, especially, who sit there and abuse illegal workers. So I never said Dems, and you're putting words in my mouth because you can only think surface level to think that I'm making such a BS argument. It's like, did you hear what I just said? I said these businesses, factory, construction. I didn't say nothing about Dems. I didn't even make it political. I honestly didn't. That's y'all.
Oblivious to Epstein's vast influence machine and his operation, a claim that she once again falsely reiterated during a 2-day July interview with Department of Justice officials, including Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Yet the emails we're going to talk about today paint a picture of a partnership far more intimate and complicit. Maxwell herself opened at least one foreign bank account using one of Epstein's addresses, served as a named director.
Well, maybe I gotta be an ass. You know what? Check this young man out. This goes to one of my points.
Y'all, I'm a truck driver, right? Let me tell you the effects of Donald Trump. This company called me begging me to work for them because they couldn't find drivers anymore. Why couldn't they find drivers? Because Donald Trump instituted that you must speak English in order to hold a CDL. That means people who are natural born Americans, people who have been here for centuries, who built the country, now we get opportunities that all these foreigners would get. Say what you want to about Trump. I'm not saying he's not racist, but what he's doing positively affects me.
Bro, and I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all, man. Let's have a heart to heart. You don't think my people need a construction job? You know, the kid who's just out there trying to make it work and all that. You don't think my people need factory? You don't think my people need the mom and pop, the dine-in? You don't think my people need that too? You understand that these Mexicans who are illegal need that, but you don't understand that my people need it too? Like, really? And then now we're the Americans here. We're the Americans and they're not. But you don't have, you can't understand that we need it too? Man, y'all can't tell me that y'all pro-American ever in y'all life.
Now the jobs that were going to illegal immigrants, that they were working for pennies on the dollar, now it goes to a natural-born, full-blooded American. Y'all.
And God bless that man for that. Every single time. I'll always shout Trump out for that right here. Bro, this man could fuck up the entire presidency right now, and I'll be like, you know what? He may have fucked up everything else, but he at least got that right. All right. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says they just want to keep their slaves. That's all. And they don't, bro. And here's the thing. Their constituents don't even realize it. They don't even realize that they're pushing for slavery, that they're pushing for low wages on farms so these guys can be abused by the workers. They don't know it. They don't even know. And here's the thing. They don't even care sometimes. I really don't think they care, because the fact that they're making this argument without seeing the effects that it has on other communities is like, bro, you got to be a surface level thinker to not come to that conclusion. Obama came to that conclusion. Like, you know what? Do I need to play OBZ again? Man, let me bring up my boy Obama, man. Because Obama, he had it right. Apparently, Obama had like Obama, you know, Saint Obama, the guy y'all love so much, had the same idea I'm talking about right the fuck now. And sorry, I lost a bit of my patience with some of these guys. But hear him out.
Administration, the Bush administration, has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. Yep. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. And so what we have to do is create a comprehensive solution to the problem. Now, I have already stated that as president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one. Step number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than be prosecuted.
Damn, but we're against the corporate elites, but you're okay with corporate elites pretty much importing slaves. Like, shut the hell up. We just said, you guys are for the corporate guys. You guys are giving tax break to billionaires. You guys want billionaires to have fucking slaves. Do you hear yourselves? All right, like I said, I'm kind of losing my patience with some of you guys. But it is what it is. I'm going to keep it lighthearted. But shout out to my man Fire Ant for also sending in this video, once again, proving my point.
Thank goodness for the internet, because we can just pull up the clips. They all used to agree with Trump. Just saying.
In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws.
Bruh.
And I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those
undocumented workers. Man, he's not even saying the ones with crimes. He's not even saying the ones with crime like Trump is. He's saying, bro, I don't give a damn. You here illegally. You're taking opportunities away from American citizens that need it. Obama got it. Bill Clinton got it. Hillary got it. How don't you? Like, please explain that. Please explain the mental like disconnect here. The mental like gymnastics that you got to play to make it make sense on why you should allow these immigrants into my community to take jobs away from my people. Please give me the mental gymnastics. The Simone Biles level gymnastics you got to do to sell me the bullshit. Give it to me. All right. Let's give it to one more time for Obama to repeat himself.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous.
And all right, now we'll go back to conspiracy hour. I'll go ahead and turn the video back because I did a lot of interruptions. So my bad, guys. My bad. But all right, back to it.
On May 23rd, 2008, Jeffrey Epstein wrote his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, an email and asked her, question, which one do you prefer, lewd and less vicious conduct or procurement?
Damn it. Y'all just can't stop. Y'all just can't stop it. Y'all just can't do it. Yeah, okay. Zorro, where you at, Zorro? Because you it's crazy. You're one of my favorite anime characters as a kid, but it is what it is. I gotta grill you anyway. All right, big dog. So why ain't y'all getting office job? Are you retarded, bro? What type of jobs do you think a young black man is working during college? Factory, construction, pizza. Like, what are we gonna do in college if y'all want to give it to all the immigrants? So why don't y'all stop that? Why don't you think before we get to our degree to get to that office job? Why don't you think before that? Oh yeah, and let's not talk about the Indians taking all the call center jobs that are also in an office that you don't want to bring up as well. So, bro, it happens across the board, and you're just too stupid to realize it. But hey, but change your face, man. You don't deserve that anime character. He was a badass. You're a dumbass. All right.
Bring minors for. To which Ghislaine Maxwell responded matter-of-factly, saying, I suppose lewd and lascivious conduct. I would prefer lewd and lascivious conduct with a, if possible. And remember, to this very day, Ghislaine is still claiming to public officials here in America that she is an innocent woman. Recently, Bloomberg.
Well, she's not really saying she's innocent. She's pretty much just saying that she never should have been prosecuted. And that's the scary thing about Ghislaine. It's like, yo, you're not even fighting the whole human trafficking part. You're really just saying you should have never been prosecuted. Now, she did try to say some things in her deposition, but to be quite honest, I mean, those are all weak statements that she made. So she's not really arguing to, have her case seen about human trafficking. She's arguing that she never should have been prosecuted for human trafficking because of a prosecution deal.
News published the results of their months-long investigation into a treasure trove of over 18,000 emails sent and received by an email address owned and operated by none other than Jeffrey Epstein. And the contents of these emails is not only shocking, but it's deeply revealing. And it exposes the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell recently lied directly to officials in the Trump administration during her recent completely interview with Todd Blanche. And today we're going to examine those leaked emails, and I'm going to tell you exactly what they tell us. You see, in the shadowy corridors of power, wealth, and depravity, few figures loom as large and as enigmatic as Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted whose life was a tapestry woven from multi-million-dollar deals, elite friendships, and the systemic of over 1,000 young children, according to the U.S. Justice Department. And these emails that were recently obtained by Bloomberg News provide a window into the mind of an absolute bona fide psychopath. These 18,000 emails were taken from Jeffrey Epstein's personal Yahoo account and were obtained and meticulously vetted by Bloomberg News through cryptographic analysis, metadata scrutiny, and corroboration with external sources, as confirmed by 4 independent experts. And reading through these emails gave me a sense of profound unease and yet at the same time revelation. There are some really shocking details revealed in these emails, and it seems to me like nobody's talking about this. I mean, this video is going to blow your mind. These emails, spanning from 2002 to 2022, but most active between 2005 and 2008, offer an unfiltered portal into Epstein's mind. The messages are riddled with typos.
Hey, shout out BTK. He's like, not a badass, but a dumbass. Perfect set. Hey, I appreciate that. Hey, what can I say, man? Some of these guys just have me through the roof sometimes. It's like, bro, I can't do it with y'all sometimes. Most of the time I want to sit there and be patient and all that good stuff. But when they really don't know what they're talking about, and I'll be real with you, it hits home because it's like, yo, I literally seen this happen to my own people. And y'all want to sit here and act like it's cool or act like y'all not championing it while also saying that, oh, we're for the black community. We should all unite against Trump, bro. Fuck you guys. You're not for the black community. You just want an extra group to go against Trump. Fuck you guys.
Unfinished thoughts and missing punctuation, yet they're brimming with chilling details that expose his idiosyncrasies, his indignation during investigations, and his callous disregard for the young women and children that he exploited. These emails, now that they've been exposed, also dismantle the carefully constructed false narrative provided by Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's longtime associate and convicted accomplice, who's currently serving that 20-year prison sentence after her 2021 jury conviction for recruiting and women for Epstein's and the abuse of other rich and powerful men. Ghislaine Maxwell, since the start of this whole thing, has persistently tried to distance herself from the affair, portraying her role as that of a one-time girlfriend turned mere property manager, oblivious to Epstein's vast influence machine and his operation, a claim that she once again falsely reiterated during a 2-day July interview with Department of Justice officials, including Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Yet the emails we're going to talk about today paint a picture of a partnership far more intimate and complicit. Maxwell herself opened at least one foreign bank account using one of Epstein's addresses, served as a named director on one of his main revenue-generating companies, and traded stock in a company that they were both invested in. Details that had not been previously reported on until this cache of emails surfaced. In fact, Epstein and Maxwell even discussed undergoing shared fertility procedures long after Maxwell herself claimed to have largely disassociated from Epstein. And they also corresponded about strategies to discredit women who raised allegations against them, including one exchange where Ghislaine Maxwell herself stated that she explicitly planned to circulate compromising information on one of Epstein's victims in order to discredit the alleged victim. They also exchanged at least 650 emails covering topics from mundane logistics like moving a 40-pound tortoise to and from Epstein's private Caribbean island to profound personal matters that rose up amidst his crumbling empire. But where did these emails come from exactly? Well, this Yahoo account, one of multiple that Epstein used for different purposes over the years, provides a raw, unpolished vantage point into the life of a serial and illuminates how Epstein leveraged his wealth and sprawling social network from Wall Street to Washington to Westminster to fend off grave criminal allegations. In one email chain, for example, Epstein waxes poetic about the genetics of beauty, that's a quote, with a respected neuroscientist. And in another email chain, he showers praise onto the various women in his life, writing specifically, "You are the most important person to me," to his assistant, Nadia Marcinkova, whose lawyer has described her as being a victim of Epstein's. However, in another email chain, Epstein goes on to berate Nadia, that same assistant that he said was the most important person to him, in a scathing 425-word diatribe, attacking her verbally for her reluctance to dance, work out, engage in, quote, fun things, and manage his stress, concluding with the statement, "You should be ashamed of yourself." In another instance, Jeffrey Epstein voiced his incredibly blunt displeasure after a female contact sent him a photograph of a 21-year-old woman and asked him, "What do you think?" Included in that email was a photograph of a woman of Asian heritage. Epstein's response to the photo, quote, "Fat and Asian, sorry," end quote. This exchange perfectly encapsulates Epstein's callous objectification of women and his view of them only as objects, not as people. Throughout the emails, details of Epstein's personal life also emerge in mundane yet chilling fragments. For example, emails show over 600 different Amazon purchases, including orders for, get this, an FBI agent costume, teeth whitener, a leather bullwhip, a pair of size 12 Crocs, a prostate massager, girls' school uniforms, and a box of Nabisco Nilla mini wafers. I mean,
I go out of the prostate massager threw me. Okay, that's tough. That's tough.
What I just told you is insane. This is Jeffrey Epstein ordering an FBI agent costume, a box of vanilla mini wafers, little schoolgirls' school uniforms, a prostate massager. It's incredibly bizarre stuff and deeply disturbing. And these purchases, just looking at the Amazon purchases, paint a portrait of a man whose banal consumer habits coexisted with his own dark predatory behaviors. The emails also highlight Epstein's confusion, defensiveness, and his willingness to fight back as the investigations seemingly closed in on him, demonstrating his strategic maneuvering to beat back allegations and his enduring ties to power, all while leading a double life as a who countless thousands of young victims. Delving deeper into the emails, we can see that they reveal Ghislaine Maxwell's role in Epstein's life and operation extended far beyond being simply a property manager. And these emails show definitively that Ghislaine Maxwell was deeply embedded in Epstein's financial and personal affairs. Like I said before, even opening up foreign bank accounts under his address. And the correspondences even include discussions of shared fertility procedures. Essentially, Maxwell wanting to have Epstein's sperm so that she could have Epstein's baby. They were trying to have a fertility procedure done on Maxwell so that she could have a little mini Epstein. One of these emails came through just days after the October 20th, 2005 raid on Epstein's Palm Beach home by the police. And in this email, Ghislaine Maxwell sent Epstein detailed instructions saying, "You can do the sample at home." She also added that it has to be within 90 mins of my procedure and that all the must be collected. This message highlights Epstein and Maxwell's intimate collaboration long after her claimed disassociation from Epstein, which she says happened in 2003. I mean, to me, it's just absolutely bananas. It's insane that she tries to say that they basically cut ties in 2003 and that's it. When we know that they were documented to have been working together for years, over a decade after that. And keep in mind,
yeah, even in a deposition, she admitted that, we may have broken up, but we were still, sleeping together. I was like, come on, sis. Come on now, man. Come on. I heard that story way too much. Oh, well, I broke up with my baby daddy, but me and him still hang out, aka sleep together. It's like, it's all good. I ain't mad at it. I'm just like, be real. You was still messing with Epstein, but she tried to frame it as if, Epstein was just, she was just like, we broke up. We didn't really live like that. We didn't really live together no more. But, I'd come over every day for some late night fun. Which is, well, hey, it is what it is, man. Adults will be adults. Like, hey.
This whole time, like when Todd Blanche interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell just in July of this year, she actually said that claim, essentially that it was 2003 when we finished and that was it, 2003, and we were done. But these emails are they're so telling. For example, 8 months later, after that initial email that was just revealed about Epstein and Maxwell going through a fertility procedure, amidst a medical emergency at Epstein's New Mexico ranch, Epstein emailed his assistant, crediting Ghislaine Maxwell for helping to save his life. "I was very ill. I almost fainted today. I needed oxygen. Ghislaine came to help," he said, thus sending an email that illustrates Ghislaine Maxwell's role in Epstein's personal crises and his life itself, which was unfolding at the very same time that the investigation into Epstein and Palm Beach was underway, which was, at the time, uncovering the fact that minors had been paid anywhere from $200 to $1,000 for massages that turned into. There's also another email shared between Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell about another fertility procedure, this time sent on September 19th, 2007. This email was sent during Epstein's ongoing plea deal negotiations and criminal case, and also while Ghislaine Maxwell was allegedly in a relationship with tech billionaire Ted Waite, which she claims lasted from 2003 to 2010, which she actually cited to Deputy Attorney General Blanche in July as being evidence that she was separated and detached from Epstein at the time, which we can see clearly is a lie. She told him in that interview with the Trump administration in July that she was dating this guy from 2003 to 2010, so there's no way that she had any close relationship with Epstein. And yet these emails are showing that she's with Epstein on Zorro Ranch, saving his life. She's talking to him about fertility procedures, filling herself with Epstein's so that she can have Epstein's baby. I don't know how you could get any closer than that. I mean, that's like really the closest of the close, creating a
Honestly,
child.
Epstein was, sick enough. That man was thinking about doing that with some of his victims as well. Like, bro was literally picking and choosing which girl he would want to impregnate. Like, this man is like some medieval king. It's like, you know what? I'll impregnate this one. This one will have my kid. This one will have the boy. This one will have the girl. Like wild stuff. Like, this man was really out there to control, women.
Together, I really don't know how two people could be closer than that. And this email read in 2007, "Your cup and instructions are in the Oval Room. The sample has to be dropped off at 10 and you have to fill out the forms. I would have filled them for you, but I was not sure what you wanted to put on them. Let me know if you need/want me to do anything. GPS. My email is changed to Gmax redacted. Please make a note." This incredibly practical and friendly tone used by Ghislaine here when writing to Epstein about fertility forms and semen drop-offs reveals to the average reader the deep, ongoing personal entanglements between Ghislaine and Jeffrey. Ghislaine herself, over email, also sought Jeffrey Epstein's advice on her own Bear Stearns shares as the 2008 financial crisis loomed, showing that she still valued his input and deeply trusted him. As Epstein prepared for jail, emails show Ghislaine Maxwell helping wind down his empire, asking him questions like, if you're in jail, should I sell your Bentley and your Sikorsky helicopter? Do I fire some of your staff? Who do I fire if I fire them? What do I do with the Paris apartment? These emails, when examined, seem to show that Ghislaine Maxwell's role in Epstein's life blended operational oversight with emotional support, almost like a romantic partner who's also your business partner and manager, which is exactly what the two were to each other. These details, previously unreported, and these emails, previously unseen, contribute to questions, obviously, about Ghislaine Maxwell's credibility in her DOJ interview, where her attorney, David Marcus, did not respond to inquiries about contradictions between these exchanges and her statements.
Yeah, which pissed me off because I'm like, really, they gave her a light interview. What they were supposed to do, and I'm not sure if they're going to do it, but I mean, they should. I mean, they better. But if they don't, I'll be extremely disappointed. But what they were supposed to do is, play along with her, let her tell her story. However, even if you know she's BSing, don't interrupt her. Just let her tell the story. Let her hang herself. You go back, you take the story, you line it up with the facts, then you come in there and you cook her ass. You put her on the grill. You start grilling her, start letting her know what doesn't cooperate. You get in her face a little bit. You damn near flinch your hand a little bit like you might smack her, but you don't. But, you do what you got to do and get her to pretty much tell you the real story. Like I said, it just sounded like y'all let her have that sweetheart interview. Y'all played good cop, but y'all forgot to double back and play bad cop.
The emails also provide readers with a sort of granular insight into Ghislaine Maxwell's involvement in Epstein's legal defenses. For example, on May 23, 2008, Epstein wrote Ghislaine Maxwell an email and asked her, quote, question, which one do you prefer, lewd and lascivious conduct or procuring minors for amidst the closing of a generous plea deal with Florida officials, to which Maxwell responded matter-of-factly saying, I suppose lewd and lascivious conduct. I would prefer lewd and lascivious conduct with a if possible. And this demonstrates Ghislaine Maxwell's strategic input on the charges that ended up leading to Epstein's guilty plea just a month later for felony solicitation of and procurement of minors. This, once again, completely contradicts Ghislaine Maxwell's claims to Todd Blanche in her recent prison interview of her being completely kept in the dark about this mid-2000s case. She said that she had no idea what was going on. She had no relationship with Epstein at the time. She was completely distant. She wasn't following the trial and the charges. She had no involvement in it. But according to these emails, Ghislaine herself seemed to have helped to strategize very consequential details while Epstein's star-studded defense team negotiated. In mid-2007, during secret high-stakes talks, which culminated in a September non-prosecution agreement that was sealed for 2 years, Jeffrey Epstein updated Ghislaine Maxwell on a 2-year prison offer, writing her over email and saying, did not go well, 2 years. This once again shows that Maxwell was intimately kept in the loop throughout this time in Epstein's life. On September 24th, 2007, the signing day, which reduced Epstein's sentence to 18 months, of which he only served 13, Ghislaine Maxwell emailed Epstein in an emotional state, saying, I'm sad, scared, and depressed. I can't shake it. Her words here conveyed a sort of raw vulnerability, demonstrating that Ghislaine Maxwell did indeed have a very deep investment into Epstein's fate and was very, very deeply tied into the entire affair. I'm sure that she was afraid that they'd come after her next too. As jail loomed over Epstein's head like a dark cloud in June of 2008, Ghislaine Maxwell once again emailed him, attempting to comfort him. The email sent on Tuesday, June 24th, 2008 at 8:02 p.m. read, I'm devastated. I can't even process. I know this does not help, so I'll stop now. And obviously, we can see this is almost a window into the mind of a when half of the operation is being put in prison for the crimes committed by the both of them. The day before June 30th, when Epstein was supposed to turn himself in and start serving his sentence, Ghislaine Maxwell emailed him again and offered practical advice. The message, sent on Sunday, June 29th, 2008 at 12:51 p.m. said, you should consider taking Metamucil with you if you can. You don't need to be any unhappier than necessary. Smiley face. This almost whimsical suggestion, finished off with a very creepy smiley face, is almost a motherly seeming suggestion from Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein to ease his anxiety and comfort as he's about to go to jail, highlighting her nurturing role in Epstein's life amidst his rapidly unfolding legal crises. Also, keep in mind, in July of 2025, Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche, a representative from the Trump administration, that after 2003, she barely had any contact with Epstein and was barely in his life. Now, we know that that's, but we can literally see with their own eyes through these emails that that is complete and utter. In fact, Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein exchanged at least one email per day in early 2008, sometimes exchanging more than one email per day, totaling 203 emails sent between the two of them in just the first 6 months of the year. And the subjects and contents of these emails ranged from Ghislaine sharing stories with Epstein about her exotic travels in Bhutan, Panama, and Kiribati, to photos from a February 2008 Panama Marine expedition, and even talk about a May 2008 Amelia movie set in Canada. And obviously, all these emails and messages paint Ghislaine Maxwell out to be an active, indispensable partner and mainstay in Jeffrey Epstein's life, long after she said that they grew apart and she severed the tie between the two of them. But this is just the beginning. Even post-indictment, post-prison term, the emails in Epstein's inbox show that Ghislaine Maxwell continued leveraging she and Epstein's high society ties in order to try expand Epstein's network of academics, politicians, actors, bankers, and heads of state. For example, in some emails, Ghislaine passes on greetings to Jeffrey Epstein from celebrities like Tommy Hilfiger and Martha Stewart. And disturbingly, she even writes to Epstein about the time that she was allowed to visit the set of James Cameron's Avatar while they were filming for the movie. I mean, this stuff really just gets sicker and sicker the more that you think about it and the more that you read. I mean, visiting the set of Avatar.
Like, here they are. I mean, child sex trafficking, visiting the set of Avatar, and here you are, a law-abiding citizen buying the Blu-ray DVD. Man, life's a bitch.
With James Cameron's blessing. That's a detail that when I first read it, I was like, oh my God, that is so just like crazy. And just, it is. You always think it can't get any deeper. And then you read this and these disclosures are made. And then you realize it just continues to get deeper and we'll never hit the bottom. The bottom doesn't exist. It's a never-ending black pit of debauchery and terror and crime. On December 29th, 2006.
Well, let's be real though. It always goes back to Hollywood.
Sergey Brin and Anne Wojcicki were in the Caribbean for New Year's. Ghislaine Maxwell emailed Jeffrey Epstein and told him, be nice to her, not stupid. She is interested in mapping DNA, etc. She is key, smiley face. With that previous email being so casual and even ending with, again, a creepy smiley face, we can see that Ghislaine was encouraging Epstein to exude a sense of hospitality to his high-profile guests, making sure that Epstein would play the part of the almost romantic bachelor, the really nice guy, the hospitable host. And it's also very interesting that she refers to someone as being key because of her interest in DNA mapping. Now, we know that Epstein was performing bizarre human cloning and genetic modification procedures at his Zorro Ranch property, so this email is inherently, at least to me, very interesting, with the mention of DNA mapping and someone being key to the process. An email sent by Epstein to one of his assistants days later also confirmed that
let me find out this man was running human experiments on that Mexican or that New Mexico ranch. Let me find out. Human experimentation is crazy. And you know they're using little girls. That's the worst part about it. That's why I don't even want to think about it that deeply.
Island with Brin, showing that the trip really did, according to the emails, happen. At around the same time, Bill Richardson's office emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about using Epstein's jet for a Sudan peace mission and said, Ghislaine, half the price of a charter plane to Khartoum would be around $183,000. Is this possible? She then forwarded this message to Epstein's email address, prompting Epstein's enthusiastic reply of, have him call me today, with 2 exclamation marks. This request from Bill Richardson to use Epstein's jet was previously unknown before the release of these emails, though it is known that Richardson ended up using S. Daniel Abraham's jet instead, per a 2007 Washington Post article. Bill Richardson himself was later named by a victim as being one of Epstein's ring clients, and later in life he denied a victim's allegation that Ghislaine Maxwell instructed the minor to have before he died in 2023. Emails also cryptically reference 3 meetings between Ghislaine Maxwell and a Clinton between 2006 and 2008, with the goal being for Ghislaine Maxwell to promote her Terramar project through the Clinton Global Initiative. These emails also show that Ghislaine had close ties to a man named Doug Band, a Clinton aide. In early 2006, Doug Band emailed Ghislaine Maxwell inquiring about a potential Indianapolis flight for a basketball.
And shout out BTK. He says, if Trump is protecting anyone, it's U.S. interests or info against foreign leaders. And Trump now has leverage. Epstein was a spy and Trump wants the whole file. And I mean, I remember with the little conspiracy theory me and Dave was coming with, like, what if Trump is just using this to, get what he wants in the office? Like, look, these guys want to play hardball. Look, just send them a little bit. Let's send them their part in the Epstein file, and don't worry. We'll get a yes from them by tomorrow. Don't worry. But, people do say he is protecting people. People are saying that Trump is protecting people because people are coming to Trump going like, man, come on, man. We've been friends for a while. Don't worry. It's like, this could ruin my image. Like, look what it's doing to you. I can't handle that. And let's be real. These guys could be either innocent or completely guilty, but just trying to keep Trump away, trying to leverage their so-called relationship or friendship against Trump to keep him from releasing it. Like, that could be a ploy as well. Of course, there's the doomsday scenario of everybody's involved, everybody's complicit, so they're all trying to hide it. And then there's of course, there's C. The CIA and the Mossad is working their ass off to keep it hidden or to make sure the American people try to look past it. But I mean, come on now. It's kind of hard to look past the trafficking of children, especially when it's connected to our politicians. I mean, nobody's looking past that.
Basketball game. Ghislaine offered to provide the flight for free, but then for some reason, Doug declined. Maxwell then, over email, shared the story with Epstein, who instructed Ghislaine to pay for Doug Band's flight anyways. Also, there's a December 2005 flurry of emails that detailed the purchase of a $35,000 Puget watch for Clinton aide Doug Band, with Ghislaine Maxwell in the email informing Jeffrey Epstein 4 days before Christmas that she'd purchased the $35,000 watch. The emails read, from Maxwell, bought the watch for Doug for $35,000, wiring the money today, G. Then Epstein responds, good. Make sure he gets it for Xmas. And finally, Ghislaine writes Epstein back saying, what do you want the note to say? Is it from you, from me, from us? To which Epstein replied, us. Now, Doug Band's spokesperson, after these emails were discovered, denied chartering Epstein and Maxwell's plane and receiving the watch, noting that he was the one, allegedly, who directed the removal of Ghislaine Maxwell from Clinton's orbit upon the accusations against her coming up. Then there's the 2007 accountant's email, which is incredibly telling. And this is really the main focus of the emails, at least in my opinion. This email from this accountant in 2007 comes with an attached spreadsheet, which itemizes nearly 2,000 different gifts and payments made by and sent by Epstein, totaling $1.8 million from 2003 to 2006, with notations that resemble the letters GM or Ghislaine Maxwell on over 250 entries, meaning, I'm assuming, that Ghislaine Maxwell facilitated the payments, she handled the payments, she got the payments done, she was personally involved with those over 250 different entries and gifts and payments. The gifts on the spreadsheet, too, are incredibly telling. For example, there was a $71,000 Lexus vehicle that was purchased at a Watertown dealership for infamous attorney Alan Dershowitz, a part of Jeffrey Epstein's legal team, who, when confronted about this, later on said that this car purchase wasn't a gift from Epstein and Maxwell. It was for his wife and was a part of the fee to pay off Epstein's legal fees. Now, why they wouldn't...
Bro, you couldn't, dog. You don't accept gifts as a lawyer. You knew better. Dershowitz, you knew better. That doesn't even make good sense. Well, he bought me a Lexus so he could pay off the rest of his fees. Bro, come on now. You could have just, I don't know, got the money from Epstein and went out and bought the car yourself. If he owed you for fees, I mean, if he has enough money to go out there and buy a Lexus, he could have just paid you the money. You went out there and bought the Lexus yourself to make this look less suspicious. But for some reason, you let him do it. So now this does look pretty bad.
Just give Dershowitz the money and why they would buy a car for him. It makes no sense. Then there was an $11,000 Rolex purchased in August 2003 for Tom Barack, Donald Trump's longtime friend and the current U.S. ambassador to Turkey, who has publicly denied receiving any gift like this. However, in the 18,000 email dump, one can find a May 2006 email from Tom Barack's assistant to Epstein's assistant, requesting a meeting time change due to something urgent. The email states to be precise, Tom would be willing to meet him at his home or office, whatever works. Epstein suggested the two meet at his home, and we don't know what happened after that or what they were meeting about. There's also a December 21st, 2005 entry on the spreadsheet for a $35,000 watch gifted to a mysterious DB, and other purchases including over $130,000 in ATV vehicles purchased and gifted to Les Wexner, a $47,000 Steinway piano purchased and gifted to an unnamed individual, and a $60,000 diamond necklace and ear clips purchased at Sotheby's and gifted directly to Ghislaine Maxwell herself. There are also dozens of entries on this spreadsheet detailing gifts or payments made to various women who are listed or written down, curiously, only by their first names, with memos and notes attached to each payment like gifts for the girls or J.E. Gifts Girls. Later in life, many victims would testify that they were recruited into Epstein's operation by Ghislaine Maxwell herself, who recruited teenagers in the 1990s and 2000s via offers of fully paid scholarships and expensive shopping trips and gifts and money. Ghislaine also saw the recruitment of Epstein.
Okay, then yeah, I mean, they were recruiting, college girls too then. I guess that's where they got the of age part. But yeah, they have been recruiting college girls and all types of girls that they're just offering $50K payments. And remember that the guy who got caught speaking about Epstein, he was saying that Epstein was paying off families $50K to anywhere from, no, it was $150K to $500,000 to $500,000 to shut the F up about what was going on. And here's the sick part about it. I'm talking about he's paying some of these parents to shut up about what he's done to their daughter. And like I said, the fact that any parent would accept any form of payment to shut up about their daughter's, sexual abuse is wild to me. You couldn't pay me anything. No amount in the world. None. But you could pay me to put, you could pay me to take the guy out, even though I do it for free.
Epstein's own assistants, and the assistants would play their own part in the operation, acting as the sometimes schedulers for Epstein's clients' massages. So the assistants, even though they ended up being victims themselves, also were like playing the parts of schedules for sessions. They were handling, that part of the operation under Ghislaine Maxwell's, watchful eyes. So we can assume that all these payments, or at least most of them on the spreadsheets that are listed as going to girls with just a first name, as being payments going to minors, the victims of Epstein and Maxwell's. And I'm assuming these payments were sent to them in exchange for having with various high-profile, powerful men. One victim, whose identity has been withheld, who was listed on the spreadsheet, had over 80 entries on the spreadsheet attributed to them, totaling over $75,000 in payments and gifts, including a gift of a fully paid tuition and opportunity to study abroad, Thai massage lessons, a new laptop, 5 Western Union wires, and more. So if you take a step back and think about that, one victim, 80 entries. That, I'm assuming, means she was probably, as a minor, 80 different times to these powerful men who have never been held accountable for this 80 different times. One victim, when talking about Epstein later on, referred to the process of the recruitment into the operation as follows, saying, quote, Jeffrey Epstein was all about control. First, complete isolation. Once he was in control of my location, he had control of everything. Everything from finances to belief systems to even more perverse things like attire, vocabulary, exercise routine, and all of their daily activities. The manipulation was endless, instilling fear from all angles, end quote. In 2004, there's a payment seen on the spreadsheet of $10,000 sent, curiously, to future Epstein accuser Johanna Sjöberg's father. Eventually, Sjöberg filed legal action against Ghislaine Maxwell and alleged that Ghislaine Maxwell recruited her when she was very young as a student for with powerful men. Sjöberg also alleged that Prince Andrew groped her at a townhouse in the presence of Ghislaine Maxwell at a meeting set up by Epstein and Maxwell, and an anonymous source close to Sjöberg and her family actually stated in the past that large payments that were being made to Sjöberg from Maxwell and Epstein to her own family members prevented her from leaving or escaping the situation. So essentially, Epstein and Maxwell.
So pretty much you would chain a girl to this whole sex abuse operation, or sex trafficking operation, by taking care of her family. And her family is going to be like, no, don't leave Mr. Epstein. No, he pays good money. Like, no, just close your eyes and think of England. Like, bro, what the fuck are we saying? Like, I can't believe, I'm honestly heartbroken to hear this.
Seem to be sending these payments to Johanna's, the victim's father. Almost, I'm not alleging anything, but it's almost like he's his own kid.
Bro, these girls were selling themselves, but bro, I'm being real with you. So it's the way it's looking. Some of these girls' parents were selling them. I mean, damn.
Essentially, Epstein and Maxwell seem to be sending these payments to Johanna's, the victim's father. Almost, I mean, I'm not alleging anything, but it's almost like he's his own kid to Epstein and Maxwell, and they're paying him to stay silent about it. I mean, these allegations about this and these payments were made a while ago. After this was all published, when journalists reached out to Sjoberg's father, he declined to comment. There's also Epstein accuser Carolyn Andriano, who has testified that Ghislaine Maxwell arranged the encounters between herself and her, that Maxwell fondled her without consent and even told her that she, quote, had a great body for Mr. Epstein, end quote. Carolyn also said that after or before these encounters that Maxwell set up between her and these older, more powerful men while she was underage, Maxwell would hand her $300 as a crude form of payment. Disturbingly, the spreadsheet also seems to confirm these payments to be a reality as well. And it also shows a Victoria's Secret gift that was purchased on January 6th, 2003 and marked down on the spreadsheet as having been given to Carolyn. However, at the time that she was gifted this, what I'm assuming is bra or lingerie, Carolyn would have just turned 16 years old. And unfortunately, and somewhat suspiciously, it should also be noted that Carolyn died of in the year 2023. Assistants of Epstein's like Nadia Marcinkova, who are now described as having been victims, also appear on the spreadsheet and in the emails. At one point, Nadia, Epstein's assistant, emailed Epstein about a Swedish woman, saying she says she can do Thai massage. She is not cute enough for anything else. 19. In response to this email, Epstein replied, saying, the Swede doesn't look so fat. Later on, Nadia's attorney, Erica Dubno, when questioned about her client's former association with Epstein, would state Jeffrey Epstein was a master manipulator. He physically and emotionally dehumanized and completely controlled her for years. He coerced Nadia and referred to her as his slave. There's also Natalia Malishev, another assistant of Epstein's, who sent him at least 20 different emails with the names and ages of young girls, sometimes with photos attached. One email, for example, reading, my new friend, ... 17. Natalia would also frequently attach to these emails Russian modeling photos, and frequently it seems like she didn't get a response from Epstein, at least from what these reporters could see analyzing the emails. There's also an email from a different young woman named Irina sent to Natalia, Epstein's assistant, and his recruiter that states, quote, okay, this is redacted. Can you please forward Jeffrey info about her? She is 19 years old, Russian, from Odessa, came here with parents when she was 1.5, lives in Brooklyn. I met her in redacted when I went to admission office there. She is not a big girl, but a little curvy, 5'8", 130 pounds, pretty face, long brown hair, hazel eyes, and very important that she knows everybody in redacted. She studies there, public affairs, and she works in freshman office and guides all redacted's freshmen. And she knows many girls in Brooklyn as well. She is very friendly. And I already told her that she could be rewarded for help with her girlfriends, and she said that she can do it. But at first, needs to try herself to see what is it. Wants to be model and actress, as she told me. Nice personality, easygoing. What else? She doesn't smoke. End quote. Epstein, after seemingly checking out this potential future victim's resume and photograph, then emailed back, replying, she is too big. However, if you think it important, I can do it one time in the afternoon. Tell her no nail polish. These emails expose the manipulative web, with prosecutors alleging that Ghislaine Maxwell herself directed the assistants of Jeffrey Epstein to act as recruiters for this operation, weaponizing wealth for control. I mean, you can see it here, the payments being made to these women, the emails where they're actually almost like Hollywood casting these girls, getting headshots, getting their weights, their measurements, talking about their personalities. Epstein's got these weird fetishes. He's saying no nail polish. He has something against bigger girls. They're talking about being beautiful and cute. I mean, it's just so eerie. And finally, some of the spreadsheet sample entries include entries like 2003 917 Cindy, food for Cindy, which is a $505 payment. There's money taken out for food for someone named AM. There's a gift to someone named Elena. Credit card charge for Amazon on Epstein's account. You can see that there's a credit card charge for Big Planet Adventure Outfitters, which is apparently a JE gift for Catherine. Now, this one's interesting. There's actually one here that is a AA Engravers Engraving JE gift Carney Weinstein, which I'm assuming was Harvey Weinstein. That's crazy. Epstein bought a book, Massage for Dummies, on Amazon, Barnes & Noble massage book. There's a Steps ballet class that he paid for, another Steps ballet class for someone named Andrea. And these various charges illustrate the breadth of Epstein's purchases and gifting, from food to dance classes to even seemingly a gift for Harvey Weinstein himself, often accompanied by GM or Ghislaine Maxwell annotated on the sheet itself, blending Ghislaine's benevolence with coercion. By July 2006, after Palm Beach police referred their case against Epstein to the feds, Ghislaine Maxwell, somehow and for some reason, received a pilot's FBI contact email and forwarded the email to Epstein, asking Epstein in the email, quote, "What would you like me to tell him?" Epstein then replied, "Any message, phone contact," before instructing her to call his lawyer. A month later, another email was sent by Epstein to Maxwell, with the email instructing Maxwell to review and distribute an 11-page letter that appeared to be drafted under the name of Alan Dershowitz, a prominent Harvard Law School professor and member of Epstein's defense team at the time. The letter characterized the allegations against Epstein.
And I don't like Alan Dershowitz, but that man's a damn good lawyer. I'll be real with you. I do not like Alan Dershowitz, but he's a damn good lawyer.
As highly fictionalized, and described the Palm Beach Police Department's investigation as raw
miracles in the
sewage,
courtroom.
suggesting an attempt to discredit the accusations and the investigative process. The full quote from the email, as provided in the article, is, "You need to review and then organize to help distribute. Thanks." This communication occurred during a period when Epstein's legal troubles were escalating, following his July 2006 indictment for soliciting from a minor in Florida, which later expanded into a federal investigation. These emails and messages reflect a sort of coordinated damage control, with Ghislaine Maxwell being central to the unified front. Epstein's emails also show a deep sense of indignation from the man, of deep anger and upset, like through his fiery emails discussing updates on plea offers and his criminal case. Also, the leaked emails from Epstein's inbox mention Trump thrice, although he is mentioned minorly. For example, there's this email sent on September 14th, 2006 by Ghislaine Maxwell to Epstein, which reads, "Please review list and add or remove peeps." There were 51 names listed by Maxwell in this email to Epstein, including Donald Trump. However, Epstein sent back an email with a simple message, "Remove Trump." The purpose of this list being compiled by Ghislaine and why Trump was on it, then removed from it, is still unknown. There's also this email sent on August 23rd, 2007, amidst some Epstein-Maxwell lobbying efforts. On that day, Ghislaine wrote to Epstein saying, "You have to assume they went to Donald Trump, then Gossman, the docs in WPB, Pashow, etc., GPS. My email has changed to Gmax redacted. Please make a note," end quote. This was an email most likely in reference to reporters at the time seeking some sort of information or comment from Trump, Epstein, and the others involved after the notorious bidding war over the property in Florida that played a part in souring the relationship between Trump and Epstein. The email traffic between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, as captured throughout this leaked cache, significantly tapered off after Epstein went to jail in June of 2008, where he served 13 months of an 18-month sentence before being released in July of 2009. This reduction in correspondence marked a notable shift in their communication patterns, aligning with Maxwell's later claims of a diminished role in Epstein's life, though the emails completely contradict her assertions of a complete disassociation. The exchanges did not resume in the cache until late 2014, a period when Ghislaine Maxwell began facing her own serious legal scrutiny following renewed public and media attention to Epstein's past. By this time, the tone of Ghislaine Maxwell's emails had markedly changed, reflecting her altered circumstances as she transitioned from a position of relative security to one of defensive urgency amidst mounting allegations that were being made against her both legally, through the authorities, and in the public eye. On April 4th, 2014, the Daily Mail in London published a story that cited a legal document accusing...
Hey, shout out to my man Rob B. He had too much to say. Just want to show some support. Appreciate you, my man.
Ghislaine Maxwell of participating in Epstein's of underage girls, which brought fresh spotlight to her involvement in the operation. The allegations in that story were brought forward by one of Epstein's most prominent victims, Virginia Giuffre, who at the time was still known publicly as Virginia Roberts. Just 3 days later, on April 7th, 2014, Ghislaine Maxwell sent Epstein a direct request via email saying, quote, "Can you send me the file on Virginia that your lawyers have or whatever info you have on her?" indicating her proactive effort to gather intelligence on Giuffre to counter the emerging threats. That December, Virginia Giuffre escalated her legal actions by joining a victims' rights lawsuit that accused federal prosecutors in Florida of failing to notify Epstein's victims before signing off on his controversial 2007 non-prosecution agreement, which had shielded him from federal charges. In that lawsuit, Virginia Giuffre was identified anonymously as Jane Doe 3 and alleged that Epstein had her for purposes, detailing how she was exploited as part of his broader scheme. Virginia Giuffre then publicly identified Ghislaine Maxwell as one of the main women whom Epstein used to procure underage girls for, and a primary co-conspirator in his positioning Ghislaine Maxwell at the center of the operation and intensifying the pressure on her. In response, Ghislaine Maxwell went on the offensive, as evidenced by the emails, adopting a more aggressive and desperate approach to discredit her accusers. On January 3rd, 2015, Ghislaine Maxwell circulated a 2-decade-old report from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department, which was stamped confidential and spanned 20 pages, recounting how Virginia Giuffre, at the age of 15, had accused 2 male acquaintances of, though the complaint was ultimately dropped due to the victim's lack of credibility. In her email to Epstein citing this police report, Ghislaine Maxwell highlighted the damaging details, saying, quote, Virginia's mother references her use and possible involvement in witchcraft, end quote, aiming to undermine Virginia Giuffre's reliability by emphasizing alleged personal flaws and past inconsistencies. Over the next 2 weeks, Ghislaine Maxwell peppered Epstein with additional urgent emails, including repeated pleas like, please call me back, reflecting her growing anxiety and need for immediate help. On January 13th, 2015, Ghislaine Maxwell forwarded Epstein an email chain between her lawyer and Epstein's lawyer that discussed, in part, how Virginia Giuffre's allegations could prompt a new police investigation into Maxwell in the United Kingdom, signaling the international ramifications of the accusations and Ghislaine Maxwell's efforts to coordinate a legal defense. These communications collectively demonstrated Maxwell's shift to an offensive strategy against her accusers, where she actively sought and disseminated compromising information to tarnish the accusers' reputations and try to protect herself. The change in tone from earlier emails, which were often logistical or even affectionate, to these later ones marked by desperation and aggression and anxiety, mirrored Maxwell's evolving circumstances as the legal threats closed in. And that seems to be the end of the emails released so far. Remember, there's 18,000 emails that all have to be analyzed, but those seem to be the details from Epstein's inbox from this one email account. There's so many email accounts associated with Epstein. There's so many finds here. I mean, I think personally, the revelation of the spreadsheet is absolutely incredible. I mean, you cannot get a more clear-cut piece of evidence that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were paying these women, especially buying lingerie or a bra for a 16-year-old girl, and paying a victim's father, which people have testified before this all came out was happening. It just seems to me.
And this is why I believe that, well, they're going to probably do a second interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. And it's going to be the bad cop interview. They gave her the good cop, which let her tell her story. Even if it's a lie, just let her go uninterrupted. Let her hang herself. Now let's go back to these emails, get all the information. So when we lay it out before her, there's nowhere she can run, and she's going to have to start telling some truth. And that's how they should do it. That's how they usually do it.
Me that it's so insightful to this case, and you can see very interestingly too, in my opinion, Ghislaine Maxwell's progression from really solid and really happy and affectionate, kind of joking about Epstein going to jail, to all of a sudden freaking out, emergency plan, and then boom, everything, the rug is pulled from underneath them, which I'm assuming she and Epstein never thought would actually happen. But it did. People found out too much. People started talking. Accusers and women started coming out. They couldn't kill all of them. They couldn't remove all of them. They couldn't silence all of them. And so Epstein ended up dead. And according to Ghislaine Maxwell, she's innocent. According to Ghislaine Maxwell and what she told the Trump administration official, Todd Blanche, she's innocent. Trump's innocent. Everybody's innocent. I never saw anything. But this evidence, which is just the bottom of a massive pile of evidence, seems to say directly otherwise. On this channel, I've been diving into Epstein for at least a year now. On my TikTok, he
even came out with a video saying Elon Musk's dad is a pedophile, which, I mean, we can go over that one tomorrow. That one sounds interesting. But I do want to make sure I back some of that up. I want to make sure that he ain't just spitballing this. But all right, though, let's go over to our guy, Soros. Yes, we're gonna get into Soros. Yes, we did Epstein, now Soros. I mean, you notice the connection? But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
I want to read you an article from LA Times. It says October of 2004. The title of the article is George Soros, the God who carries around some dangerous demons. Here's what he says in the interview. He says, I fancied myself as some kind of God. If truth be known, I carried some rather potent messianic fantasies with me from childhood, which I felt I had to control. Otherwise, they might get me in trouble. It is a sort of disease when you consider yourself some kind of God, the creator of everything. Are you ready? Here's how he finishes it. But I feel comfortable about it now since I began to live it out. Today, we're going to learn more about George Soros.
That's good. Any man talking like that needs to be investigated, right?
So if you get value from this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into it. Why do we need to learn about this man named George Soros, who's 92 years old? Why would you be intimidated by this guy? So what if he's made somewhere between $50 to $70 billion in his career, and currently his net worth is $7 billion? Yeah, he's given $32 billion to different organizations such as Open Society Organization and some others. Yeah, he's supported a lot of different presidents, a lot of different candidates, a lot of different people. Why are people so scared of him? Is this guy a puppet master? Is he evil? Is he a good person? Is he a bad person? Is he a humanitarian? Maybe he's just a father. Maybe he just wants to support some cause. Why are you so worried about him? All of those are great questions. Today, we're going to study his childhood, upbringing as an adult, how he became an investor where he made all the money, Karl Popper. Who is this Karl Popper guy? And who he's given money to over the years. Let's get right into it. All right, so he was born August 1930 in Budapest, Hungary, originally named Georgi Schwartz, but his father later changed the family surname to Soros, a more Hungarian-sounding name to protect them from increasing anti-Semitic sentiment in Hungary. His father, Tivadar, was a lawyer and a passionate promoter of Esperanto, an artificial language created in the late 19th century, intended to foster harmony between people from different cultures. His father's decision to teach Esperanto was an early indication of commitment to an open-mindedness and understanding of different cultures that George would carry into his later life. George Soros was 14 during the Nazi occupation of Hungary in 1944. His father secured false identities for the family, identifying themselves as Christians. George Soros was tasked with being a courier who helped Nazis identify Jews and confiscate their property. And in a 1998 60-minute interview, he was asked if this was a traumatizing experience, and this is how he responded.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours who swore that you were his adopted godson.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
Damn.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
So a lot of people who didn't know who George Soros was, they watched his interview and they said, this guy sounds like a sociopath. How could you say something like that? Some others said, well, maybe he was numb as a 14-year-old. Imagine you're going through it and you see stuff like that. By the way, at the same time when this is taking place, he had another traumatic experience. Two of the liberators that were helping them out, Russian liberators, they raped his mother, and his mother talked about it. So this kid, all this pain, all this anger, all this frustration, all these experiences, all happening at the same time. You have to live a fake life so they don't kill you, act like you're a Christian, help the Nazis, find Jews, your mom's going through this, you're working with Russians, all of that together at a young age. What does that do to you? So now let's look at George Soros as a young adult. After the war, Hungary fell under the communist rule. In 1947, Soros left Hungary for England. He worked as a waiter and a railway porter to support his studies at the London School of Economics. During this time, he meets the man that had the most influence in his life. This is according to his words, Karl Popper. Now, who is Karl Popper? Karl Popper was a philosopher of science and epistemologist, best known for his principle of falsifiability. So what did Karl Popper really believe in? These are some of the philosophies that he had. Number one, falsifiability. He proposed that for a theory to be considered scientific, it must be potentially falsifiable. This means there must be a potential observation or experiment that could prove the theory false. Number two, the principle of falsifiability was designed to solve the demarcation problem, the problem of distinguishing between science and
non-science or pseudoscience. Number 3, critique of historicism. He argued against the idea that history unfolds according to predictable laws or patterns. He promoted the idea that human actions can significantly influence the course of history. 4, open society is what he believed in, which, by the way, later on, Soros starts a foundation called Open Society Foundation. Here's what Open Society means to Karl Popper. The Open Society and its enemies. Popper defended liberal democracy and criticized totalitarianism. He depicted democratic societies as open, self-correcting systems. And last point, influence and critique. While Popper's philosophy has been influential, it has been subject to debate and critique. Despite this, he remains one of the most widely read philosophers of the 20th century. So those were his philosophies, Karl Popper, but this is how he influenced George Soros. So number 1 was the philosophy of open society. Keep in mind, this is in the late 40s, early 50s. Instead of promoting totalitarian regimes such as communism and fascism, it was about replacing it with individual freedom, democratic governance, and a flexible, changing social and economic structure. This is what he wanted to do. Number 2, followabilism, the belief that all knowledge is tentative, provisional, and subject to revision in light of new evidence. This influenced Soros' investment strategy, and he always talks about the fact that he was ready to adjust his positions if the facts changed. Number 3 is critical thinking. So Soros adopted this in his investment strategy, where he was often willing to go against conventional wisdom, but also in his philanthropic activities, encouraging open debate and discussion. And last but not least, humanitarian efforts. This has significantly influenced Soros' philanthropic efforts, which has focused on civil society, education, and human rights around the globe. Or at least that's what he claims to focus on. So while he's getting clear on his philosophies, he's picking up from Karl Popper. At the same time, Europe is in shambles. The Marshall Plan is being executed from U.S. by George Marshall, Secretary of State. They're sending $13 to $15 billion to Europe in fuel, food, different ways to help out. He's seeing the same. There may be a need for a global Marshall Plan. I'd love to be a part of that. That also kind of inspired him a little bit. So we just learned a little bit about his childhood, adulthood, and how his philosophies are getting clear. Now let's look at how he does in finance. So let me put it to you this way. From 1970 till 2000, if you had to throw names out there on who are the best money managers, you would find the name Buffett, you would find the name Soros, and later on you would find the name Dalio. From 1970 to 2000, he starts a fund called Quantum Fund. It's still around, but during that period, average annual rate of return, 30%. And he had some years that was 60+%. Damn. Every year. And of course, it helped in many cases when these guys were operating on offshore laws, not having to abide by SEC, U.S. tax code, all the stuff that we have going on here. That is a form of an edge that he had. But at the same time, he was either the best or one of the top 3 best during his time. So now Soros had 2 things when it came out to his investment philosophy. One of it was fallibility and the other one was reflexivity. Let's look at both. Number 1, the theory of fallibility is a concept stemmed from the philosophical understanding that it's impossible to achieve perfect knowledge. In other words, humans are inherently flawed in their understanding and judgment. The theory is mainly used to explain the limitations of human comprehension and decision-making in complex systems like economics. This fallibility is often magnified by cognitive biases, incomplete information, and the emotions of the individual. And the second theory was the theory of reflexivity.
Okay.
And here's what reflexivity is.
I can low-key agree to that.
The idea that people's perception and beliefs influence their decision-making, which in turn impacts the state of the world, changing the fundamentals that they are trying to understand. This then further alters their perceptions and beliefs, creating a continuous reflexive feedback loop. He openly talks about how he used some of these philosophies to actually manipulate the markets in his favor and make billions of dollars. We'll look at a couple of the times he did this, but he said this once in his book. This is what makes propaganda so effective because...
I'll be real with you, bro. This is going off some crazy logic that you really didn't really think about it like that. But, and let's be real, his logic worked in terms of trading.
The complexity of the world we live in exceeds our ability to understand it. Confronted by a reality of extreme...
Yeah, I wouldn't even say those are theories. Those are more just like psychological observations. I say that. Psychological observations that he used to make really good economic decisions or really good trade calls.
Complexity, we are obligated to resort to various methods of simplification. Pretty wild, sharp, shrewd, you can call a lot of different names, but here's how we use those philosophies to make billions. Number 1, the British pound in 1992. This is the most famous example George Soros used to influence the market by betting against the British pound in 92. He believed that the pound was overvalued and that the British government would have to devalue the currency. He was proven right when the British government was forced to withdraw the pound from the European exchange rate mechanism. Soros bet $10 billion and made a profit of $1 billion from this trade, nicknamed the man who broke the Bank of England. According to the Shadow Party book, Soros admits that this bet was taking money out of the pockets of British taxpayer, but says, if I had taken social...
And, you know, one of his people that he was using at the time, not using, but one of the people he was teamed up with at the time is Scott Besson. Yeah, Scott Besson helped George Soros pull this off. Yeah, Scott Besson, our secretary or our Treasury secretary, or Secretary of Treasury.
Consequence into account, it would have thrown off my risk reward calculation and profits would have been refused. Can you imagine thinking that way? It's pretty wild. I'm going to give you 4 other examples where it'll validate his reflexivity or his fallibility philosophy. The second one would be the German Deutsche Mark in 1993. He wrote a letter to the Times of London stating that he expected the mark to fall against all major currencies, which immediately triggered panic selling. Again, this is reflexivity. The next one, Asian financial crisis in 1997. During the Asian financial crisis, Soros investment activities were blamed by some for exasperating the crisis. Malaysia's then Prime Minister, Mahathir Mohamad, accused Soros of destabilizing regional economies through currency speculation. Then he also did something similar in Russia.
So because he's a big investor and he got a big name, he's able to like pretty much destabilize currency just off the word, because everybody believes in his economics. He has a great history. I mean, he's barely ever wrong. Well, I guess according to his guys, but seeing with that, yeah, I could see where if he ever betted against a currency, everybody's like, oh wait, that currency going down. That's what Soros said. Yep, everybody start pulling out. Yep, hey, if you got one of their bonds, start pulling out. And then while y'all all do that, he just makes money on the back end because y'all went off his word. I mean, man, lucky him.
The Russian,
not too many people can achieve that type of influence.
Ruble 1998, he told Financial Times of London that Russia should devalue the ruble by 15 to 25%, causing widespread panic selling. And the last example, here's the dollar in 2004. Soros announced a short position against the dollar on CNN at a time when the dollar had been quickly declining against the euro, pushing the dollar down even further. So this was his way of making money. It was one of the ways, finding ways to manipulate the market. Now, a lot of other people have done it, but he mastered it, took it to a whole different level. And then eventually in 1970.
Yeah, it goes to show that sometimes it ain't the performance of why things are going down. It's the word of mouth. It could be all speculation why stocks doing bad. Why, I mean, look at George Soros, all speculation why he made currencies go bad. Like it ain't had nothing to do with the selling or how that country was using his currency. It just went off that man's speculation. So if the speculation can cause that much of an economic outturn or an economic outcome, then who's to say that ain't happening today?
Late 70s, when his net worth was $25 million, he says he felt a certain sense of emptiness. And that's where, you know, the political activist in him came out, the philanthropy came out, and many call him the wealthiest political activist of all time. And these are some of the projects he funded. So remember the word Open Society he picked up earlier from Karl Popper. Later on in April of 1993, he starts the Open Society Foundation. And then in 2017, Open Society Foundation announced that Soros had transferred $18 billion of his fortune to Open Society, making it a total of $32 billion he had given to Open Society Foundation since 1984. In case you missed it, one more time, $32 billion. That's $32 billion of his own money. Not, hey, let's go raise money. His own money he put into it. And whether it's through its Open Society Foundation or other ways of giving money, he contributed and influenced media, politics, colleges, universities. So let me just kind of share with you some of the numbers so you kind of have an idea. And in 2004, Soros spent more than $27 million just to help defeat President Bush. If it's colleges, where Open Society spent $50 million per year to influence colleges. Between 2014 to 2018, Soros donated $184 million to 171 colleges. You
know, and this is why I always used to like make fun of people who just touted their degrees. Well, when I was watching this, because like, man, look, shut up with you and your George Soros funded education. Because a lot of y'all do not know the reason why you think like this is because some old white guy with billions of dollars who used some pretty questionable tactics on the market is pretty much funding what your whole entire education, or you're funding what your college promotes or what your college teaches. I mean, really think about that, guys. Really think about it.
51 countries. That's 10% of all foundations during that time. They also created Open Society University Network, but he knew one of the ways to influence was to get colleges and universities. And When you give that kind of money, those universities kind of have to listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, let's be real. I mean, you fund the colleges and universities. I mean, you don't really even got to pay for judges, lawyers, I mean, senators. You're pretty much influencing what they get taught, what type of curriculum they go through before they even reach the office. Smart.
Or media. He's had a lifelong fascination with media. He has connections with more than 30 mainstream news outlets, including New York Times, WAPO, Associated Press, CNN, and ABC. Prominent journalists like ABC's Christiane Amanpour, New York Times executive editor Jill Abramson, and former Post editor and now Vice President Len Downey serve on the boards of operations that take Soros cash. A 2011 estimate indicates that media organizations influenced by Soros have a reach of an estimated 300 million people per month. In end of Q1 of 2021, Soros' largest stock holding was Liberty Broadband, over $600 million. And Liberty Broadband's largest asset is Charter Communications and its subsidiaries, which together are the second largest cable operator in the U.S. Another large holding he has is Viacom CBS. Subsidiaries include Paramount Pictures and Simon & Schuster, which means he also influences books, what's being bought, what's not being bought, what we'll publish, what we won't publish. That's a lot of power there in media. And recently, he just made an offer to buy Vice for $400 million. Another one is Trump. Obviously, him and Trump are not going out to golfing together.
Oh, I remember the story where this man was like pretty much going out by trying to buy what it was like 200 different conservative radio stations. I mean, you're like, bro, this man plays both sides. He'll buy like liberals, he'll buy conservatives. He plays both sides. For what reason? I mean, only he knows. But I'll tell you this, it ain't for the interest of you or me.
Yeah, then they're not best friends. He cannot stand Trump. He once said, nationalism is the great threat of the open society. He said this at World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab. He says that there, of course, World Economic Forum is not a fan of Trump. And he called Trump the ultimate narcissist and said there's nothing more important than defeating him in 2020 election. It's kind of weird when you call somebody a narcissist when you think you're God. Isn't the ultimate narcissist somebody that thinks they're God? I don't know if I know anybody in my life I've met that say, hey, I'm God. I feel like I finally am living my life where I'm like God, but I'm not a narcissist. I'm a very humble man. That's what I am. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I'm also not saying Trump is not a narcissist. At this level playing field, you can't call anybody a narcissist because everybody has a little bit of it to get to this level. So there's a lot of things you can call people. Narcissist is probably not one of them because everybody in the room is one. So obviously, seeing a guy like Trump being president wasn't something that was exciting for him. AP News once said about mail-in voting, June 18, 2020, a network of deep-pocketed progressive donors are launching a $59 million effort to encourage people of color to vote by mail. Philanthropic organizations, including Ford Foundation and George Soros Open Society, to raise the money. That's in 2000 election. He was a part of it to help with that. He's pretty much been involved in every single election since 2000, doing his best to help Al Gore beat George Bush, which obviously didn't happen. That was a failed one. In 2004, he reportedly spent $27 million trying to defeat George Bush with John Kerry. 2008,
Al Gore was, I mean, that man was something else.
Supported Barack Obama. 2012, he continued to support Barack Obama. 2016, he spent $22 million supporting Hillary Clinton and other Democratic candidates. In 2020, he spent $70 million trying to help Biden beat Trump, which he succeeded.
Damn.
And if that's not enough, he's so strategic. He even goes after district attorneys. Matter of fact,
7 million. I mean, 70 million. Well, it doesn't beat. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Elon got him with 250 million, but yeah, during that time, they dropped 700 million on it. Just, I mean, be real, it should be some random donor. And you know what? I'm pretty sure nobody known about George Soros and his funding. But then here's the thing: a lot of Dems, they kind of agree with Soros, so they're not really hurt, or they don't really see it as, you know, backstabbing, even though they'll sit there and complain about other people's, you know, billionaire donors.
George Soros funded DAs represent 20% of Americans, okay? He funneled $40 million into local races to elect 75 progressive prosecutors over the last decade. Yep. So some of you may be watching and saying, Pat, what's the big deal? This guy became a billionaire. He became rich. He gave $32 billion. Who cares who he wants to give his money to? Let him give his money to whoever he wants to give it to. I don't say anything's wrong with that. If that's what he wants to do, more power to him. That's his cause. He's doing what he's doing. He's got 5 kids, family, all this stuff, and he supports his cause. But here's the problem. The problem is, what do you believe in? So the other day we're having a conversation. The conversation went this way. A nationalist gets a lot of criticism. You're a nationalist if you love America. Okay, fair. What is the antonym of being a nationalist, a globalist? Well, if I'm a nationalist, you're a globalist. Why do we need borders? Do we just have open society where there's no borders? Because these men who are inspired and so ambitious, they want to control the world. What is your job to do? Lead your family, protect your home, protect your borders, protect your nation. If you're a nationalist, this guy doesn't support your philosophy. If you're a globalist, this guy supports your philosophy. You pick and choose which one you want to be. And by the way, some people are saying, well, wait till he dies. It's going to be all right. It's going to be this. No, all this stuff people fear. Oh, this guy's going to do this. That guy's going to. Everything's going to, like Oprah Winfrey once said.
That man had 5 kids for a reason, bro. Somebody's going to carry the torch. I think he got all sons, too. I mean, lucky him. But anyway, all right, guys. We're going to go ahead and end it on that note. I got to go ahead and get to bed so I can wake up for work. But hey, man, I appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. You guys have been great tonight. So let me go ahead and end out on the jazz.
So magic, no tricks.
And all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head out on this one. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. This is Set with Set Media, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.